Hello, hello, hello. Welcome guys to the Loose Band Dota 2 stream.
Hey, we'll hold them down, you knock them out. 5 seconds left.
Welcome guys. Hello Lulu, hello Shok. Hello Virus, hello Penem. No battle pass yet. Hello Pajwal, hello Ronald. Hello Sharma. People just badge around.
10 seconds. 5 seconds left.
Oh man, my teammates are all divine. And I'm supporting? That's right, Sharma. I'll be 31 in a month.
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Okay, your pick now. You know what to do. Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
Hello guys. I guess I'm going in this lane. Yeah, I gotta figure out if I want the level 100 as well. And I think it's gonna be donated to me. Huh. It's a lot of Juggernaut games.
Of course. I hear.
Why is my FPS so low, man? I only have 100 FPS.
Prepare for battle.
The fuck?
As you wish.
Time to put this thing in the bag and around
My FPS is so low.
I accept your
What is this fucking peasant shit? Can anybody explain this to me?
So say the spirit. You are heard.
Is he feeding?
Yes.
You're gonna feed, just run into the tower. Aw. That's gotta be it, Gaben. Fuck, why didn't I?
He doesn't have any items.
Did I get free MMR?
30 seconds to showtime.
I accept.
I love watching him skip around out there.
Shade, guide me. I go.
Beat you like a drum!
You can go there.
Hi, BJ.
As the shade
And
directs.
now,
Get that one.
what you've all been waiting for.
Hear me. I speak for the
We
shade.
just get all four.
I hear and obey. I will see you. Granted.
My god, my FPS is so low, dude. I don't know if I can play this.
I go. So
Beat you like a drum!
I accept your guidance. Curses! Does it please you? I hear and
Be super
obey.
aggressive. He doesn't appear to have any friends.
My pride. Your
I accept.
Well, how did that not pin him? Hard question mark right there, buddy.
Attack! Shade, guide me.
You sure you wanna fight me, man?
As you wish. Go.
Where's Lion, anyways?
My prayers are answered. Granted. Beat you like a drum.
He's not gonna walk up.
Walk your death.
Maybe I like to
Get
shackle.
boots.
As the shade directs.
You don't have to act on this if you don't want to.
Doesn't matter. It's damage. The fucking tower would nagger me.
I hear.
Oh, Lion's playing. Nice. There's a creep wave
I
coming.
need you to fucking de-aggro.
Oh, there's a creep wave here. I don't have shackle if that's what you want.
I'm TPing out. I'm TPing out.
Okay.
Move me.
I need to call the courier if it's cool with mid.
So say the spirit.
I have a pin.
You are heard.
Not gonna keep chasing you.
none for you.
Of course.
I'm dead.
Hmm.
Granted. Engage in range.
Oh,
I missed it!
too short, just like your penis.
Demands less.
Okay, I have cells.
I hear.
I got another pin.
I have nothing. Wait, I have EQ.
The troll spellcaster. Huh. What will they think of next?
I hear and obey. I go. Yes. I hear.
Hey, I'm here, I'm here.
No, motherfucker.
Come on, man, stop missing last hit right in front of me. Wow!
I'm gonna go Guardian Greaves this game for our team.
Okay.
Amazing. I have another pin with a mango.
Hey, by the way, you should be buying wand against Bloodseeker. Not sure if you know.
Hey, guide me.
I'm gonna get
Monk
fired.
res.
See, someone TP.
Oh shit, man. Sorry.
Yeah, you are talking and
I was talking. Also, I'm grabbing bounty runes.
As the shade
Why do we have 4 ranged creeps? What the fuck?
I accept your guidance. I hear and obey.
they have 3 here, Tom. Problem there.
I go.
Alright, let's let this wave push back a bit. I have mana boots in a sec.
No one TP.
I hear. Shade,
No
guide
buy
me.
one sentry top.
I accept your guidance.
He's farming the jungle right now.
As the shades direct.
Hey, I'm gonna shackle this guy. Come. You next.
Oh, look at that burst damage. I stopped the
One mid
south.
has been ganked.
Bro, just buy a ward. You're fucking 5k mid. You should know to buy your ward if no one buys it for you.
Here, you can have these two. You can have both of them, okay?
The spirit moves me.
Three top, someone TP.
Your middle tower is under attack. You and a couple of friends could probably stop that. Your middle tower's under attack.
You are heard.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
What the
So
fuck,
fast,
man?
they're like- they support our winning the game.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Well, I'm 3 and 1,
Our
just saying.
structures are fortified. Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let 'em do that. And over here, we have your middle tower. Stop being there, bro.
No shit.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Lion's bottom. He failed the gank, and I killed Bloodseeker.
Good job, man.
Guide me. As the shades direct.
There's a PH in this area.
You are heard.
We could
I'm
probably
coming, I have
kill
a
the
sentry.
Seeker again. I have TP but no ulti.
Killing spree. Dominate.
I really can't understand like my supports.
What do you want your supports to do at this point, dude?
You buy the
Buy me
first
right
sentry
stop.
9 minutes. You know this? Your first
Fucking
sentry
crap.
was 9
Shut the
minutes.
fuck up.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up.
9 minutes sentry go. That's about Hunter.
How the fuck are we gonna kill a bounty hunter with boots at level 1?
We don't need kill. We don't need kill.
don't.
It's only let
fuck is
him
the point
don't
of buying his
come to the wave.
Fucking idiot. Shut the fuck up, dude.
Your top tower needs some help. You'll be fine. fine. Long as that top tower don't fall. Oh, wait, it's already gone.
Basically how I feel about this game. Oh my god.
Your blood is mine.
Yoo-hoo! Dead, boys. Don't need TP.
Hey, welcome back.
The spirit moves me.
Oh, what a wasted rotation. I could have killed
So
Seeker.
say the spirit.
Yeah, let me go back in time and level up that hex.
I hear and obey. I accept your guidance. I hear.
These guys are looking to end early, eh?
There's 3 in our woods.
As you wish.
Oh god. I go up this hill, I'm probably gonna die.
You are heard. So say the spirit. I hear and obey.
So
As the change
You better
direct.
poof on over to your bottom tower.
The spirit moves me. I go. Unstoppable! Please you.
Wicked sick.
Just fucking DD.
Granted. Yes. I was. Come on.
oh my god!
That was hot.
Oh god. Try to trap her inside the wards, but it didn't work. Didn't work indeed. Someone just Omni Slash something?
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
I'm so
Okay, we lost.
Killing spree. Triple kill.
Guide me. I accept.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of bad. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Granted.
Hmm.
You are heard.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I hear and obey.
Just stop fucking going alone to places, everyone. Like,
Whoa, godlike.
So say the
How he ganked, bro? He literally suicided with no ethings.
Oh, he's stuck there, eh?
Radiant structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack. What,
Oh man.
something? Your bottom
I have my ulti, but I should have let me pin. Well, we got it.
You call that a fight?
You just
Who's
have
on
to
top?
play smart. This game's not fucking lost. I don't know why people are.
attack.
Jesus, dude.
Open it for Kitale.
Once my ulti's up again, I'm gonna smoke us. Let's go for another kill.
Say, guide me.
He missed both of those.
I accept your guidance.
We need D wards in our jungle.
I go. As it please you.
Ugh. It's crazy. Dead, but so are we.
Double kill.
Must have seen you because of words.
Hey, two of you guys are going for Guardian Greaves.
Great. I literally announced it at the beginning of the game.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, it's my fault you have 7 dash, right? You are clicking my items because you have 7 dash. When you don't
Items.
understand, like if you feel need open space in the whole map.
I hear
Frustrating game.
Attack.
Maybe we should all end it.
We're losing
Oh,
to
it's
Midas
one.
Bloodseeker, everyone.
Hello, Top Tower. Goodbye, Top Tower.
I go. So then,
Wonderful. That's way too much fucking regen.
the spirit wants me. I see for you a future. Shades, guide me.
Track.
It's kind of a throw that
I accept your guidance.
in. Can't tell. Wait.
As you wish.
Sometimes the line doesn't appear. I can't tell where the line is.
Yes. Ah,
Should have gone damage build, honestly.
granted.
I'm almost level 12.
Direct. Of course.
There's a chance one of these is probably warded.
Yeah, probably it.
As it pleases.
Oh, look at this guy. He's so deep.
Let's get back. They're all here.
Double kill.
Okay, I don't want to play this game anymore.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kind of bad. This is one of the things in the bad column. What do you mean your bottom tower's gone? Dire's putting up a barricade.
The shades restore me to the world.
Don't wanna go over.
What the fuck?
No. I don't have anything. No, let's see.
What the fuck? I can't even cast! God damn, man! Silence, 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 silence!
Why am I silenced for 20 fucking years, dude? Oh, we could have killed it.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah. Keep blaming each other, guys.
I hear and obey.
I don't care about this game.
The bottom tower has fallen. That's not helping. You know, do something if you know what to look for.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy the battle pass. I believe it's being donated to me.
The bottom barracks is falling. Oh, I see. Tower is completely helpless. Man, there's so much wrong in this thing. No, my bottom tower. They're trying to knock it on your middle tower.
Huh.
It's too far, it's too fast. No stun.
Hmm.
This fucking guy is impossible to kill.
I'm fucking dead. Oh my god! 3 for 1. Yeah, me and Mars won our lane.
Your middle tower's under attack. Oh,
English
there
only,
better be
please.
something important.
Hello, Shaw. No begging, guys. Come on.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
As the shades direct. I hear.
You guys down to AFK? I'm down to AFK.
I accept your guidance. I accept. You are heard.
I have my ulti.
As you wish.
I'm gonna push up top.
Of course.
Your top tower needs some help.
Here, here's in a smoke and go Rusher now. It's literally not
I just want AFK, but
I hear.
you guys think we can win?
I don't give a fuck, dude. Oh,
Radiant has murdered Roshan.
Passing him.
Suffered enough.
we're gonna get cut. Kill him!
I'm fucking dead. And we didn't kill me. Okay, AFK, AFK.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
I hear and obey.
We got one less middle tower now, by the way. Your middle barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks
This is fucking ridiculous.
This game's really in
Games in a row,
Singapore.
I get griefers.
Let's have a look at this, guys. 102554765. Oh, god damn it.
Defend that sucker. If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty magic. They're trying to knock down your middle tower. Your middle tower has fallen.
Granted.
Your middle tower has
I can copy and paste the friend ID? How? I can't. Oh, oh, you can actually highlight it. Good job, Vinny. Close game.
Very close.
The dire agent collapsed. All right in the world.
This is the guy who ran down mid. Yes, every other lane lost. I don't give a shit about MVP, okay? Fucking jerking off contest. That game wasn't even a game. And why is my FPS so low, guys? I only had 100 frames per second. Hey, Dragoverse, I don't have a main role. Look, now, look, I get 200 frames per second in this screen, but, in the other one, it's like 100 frames. Don't understand. Let's go back to DirectX 9. Compute shaders, this is new! Okay, let's go back to DirectX 11. I'm gonna turn this shit on. Improve performance? Fuck yeah! I have not seen any of the new items, guys. Oh, it feels smoother. Or maybe this is just placebo.
Prepare for battle.
So smooth.
It's over 9,000! Sweet, sweet violence.
Is there new, I think there's new terrain, right, guys? Anyways, I have not seen any of these items, so as much as you guys are like, oh, what do you think about blah blah blah? Well, I don't know, because I haven't seen any of it. Ooh, look at this bow. So flashy. A little feminine though. Well, is that the Canadian maple leaf? Okay, I have to get it. You know, is Skywrath like half chicken, half man? Chicken man. Hello, guys. Oh, we've got a game. Crystal Maiden looks evil. What? Seasonal Blink Dagger. Kookaburra Laugh? Monkey Business? Interesting. Hey, I am big fan of Dota and really makes Dota to grow you.
Smoke weed every
What?
day.
Your turn to ban.
Can you guys just...
5 seconds left.
Alright, I just played Drow. Oh my god, this is the line from last game. He was the one who ran down mid.
Okay, your pick now.
I mean, he ended up
You
trying
know
though.
what to do.
Level 425? Understand what you're saying, I did, yeah. Part of Canada,
10
am I at?
seconds.
Near Vancouver. Somebody pick, please.
5 seconds left.
Hi, Joe Moore, I'm good, how are you? Dota grows me? What's the new chat wheels? I don't know. You thought I wasn't gonna live today? What makes you think that? Can I mid? Please, my friend. Please. Please, sir. So 425, right. Don't have any opinion on that, man. Generally, I don't really care about items that much. Hey Kevin, thanks man. Am I finding any growth in my channel by playing Dota 2? Well yeah, if I didn't I wouldn't play it, right?
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
Is the guy serious with his techies?
seconds left. Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
Ooh, shiny. $465 Canadian dollars for the red cloak? Are you fucking kidding me? Who the fuck's gonna buy that? 1,700 for this one? That's hella dumb.
Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
Do you know why it's hard to become a streamer? Because there's 9,999,999 other kids who think they can become rich and famous
Your pick.
by playing
This is where you
games.
win or lose.
Rank 248? What the fuck? And he's a Smurf!
Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again.
Oh, God. Rank 248 Smurf. Stop spamming. Do not spam. I am not a Smurf. This is my main account. What the fuck?
I quiver with anticipation. Yes.
Prepare for battle.
Double down.
Good enough.
I played like a Smurf?
Very well.
I don't know what that means either.
It's in the bag.
How do you Smurf in Dota? You make a new account.
My sentiments as well. Agreed.
30 seconds to battle. Blew it. I love watching him skitter around out there.
My bow is drawn. Onward.
Rank 200? Rank 200? How much rank? What is the number for rank 200, guys?
Forward.
Could it be that it's
The battle's starting.
200?
Just remember, you gotta check.
I'm notched, I'm taut, I'm ready to fly. That was my thought.
Armin Smith, you met... Okay, so you met this Terrorblade last game, did you? Okay, can you give me the match ID number and who you were?
Silent as mist.
I don't fuck you lying. Why you always
Arrow
lying?
fly.
Oh my god. Stop fucking lying.
I go in silence.
Are you stream deck? Yep.
Good enough.
Dire's courier has been killed. It's tough out there. Courier's just trying to make a living.
Feel my cold embrace. Don't you dare. Forward. My bow is drawn. Agreed.
Oh yeah, you're that TV? Okay. Oh, he's pulling.
The bottom tower is under attack.
That was my thought. So be it.
Yo, Lagger. Thanks, buddy.
To battle.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I go inside.
Dig in and defend that sucker.
Onward. Yes. Death comes silently. My sentiments as well. I shall nip my enemies. Pride of the drow.
Justin, thanks for subscribing.
I'll cut a knot with your name on it. You'll have to do better than that.
We really have a jungle NP?
Silent is missed. Very well. So be it. Attack. Arrow, find your target. Into the fray. Quiver. Yes. Feel the frost. Feel the bite of frost.
Invisibility.
My sentiments as well. Battle. Arrow fodder. Way ahead of you. I go in silence.
Yeah, grab those runes.
Forward. Good enough.
You're gonna have to beat BH to it.
The seeds are forth.
Your fate is sealed in me. Feel
Killing spree.
that was my thought. Silent is missed. Very well. Onward.
Fuck me. I just missed a lot of last hits.
Into the fray. Agreed. Quiver. Good enough. No. Yes. I go in silence.
Okay.
My bow is drawn. That was my thought.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Silently. Onward.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't do that!
I'll cut a knot with your
Nice job.
amateur. Forward.
Wow. Thanks.
Your middle tower's under attack.
Very well. Arrow, find your target. Your money or you're dead. Ice shall nip my enemies. Silent as mist.
Killing spree! Mega kill!
Oops.
To battle.
Unstoppable! Double kill!
So be it. My sentiments as well.
Fan support, old meta.
Attack. Onward. Bite, frost. There's rage. Forward.
Top tower's under attack.
Feel the bite of frost.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Where the fuck is my items?
Way ahead of you. Arrow, fly.
Ten-minute runs.
Agreed.
I don't have guests, by the way.
My bow is drawn.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty magic. Your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty magic. No way. Onto something? Killing
Get back,
spree.
dude.
Double kill.
Oh my god, this storm!
Killing spree.
Silent as mist. The price you pay. Arrow, fly. I go in silence. Your fate is sealed.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Feel the frost. As deep as forest shade. So be it. Of cutting knots with your name on it.
You better pop on over to your bottom tower. Oh, there better be something important going on. Ooh, your bottom tower's kind of bad.
Feel my cold embrace. Mine at last. To battle. Feel the frost. My time has come. Yes.
I don't even have TP, dude.
Dominating.
Guess it doesn't matter.
Feel the bite of frost. That was my thought.
Monster kill! Double kill! Dominating!
My sentiments as well.
Mega kill! Double kill!
Told you I blew it.
Silent as mist. Not yet.
Dire's putting up a barricade.
Ahead of you.
Radiant fortified their structures. Pretty good move if you ask me.
Agreed.
It's this one, right? Isn't it? Test.
Good enough.
お前はもう死んでいる。何？
Yes. Every little bit counts. I go in silence. Very well. Quiver. My bow is drawn. Forward.
My stacks.
My sentiments as well.
15-minute runes.
That was my thought.
Your bottom tower is under
Into the
attack.
fray.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Rally the troops under attack.
Attack.
Best thing about the enemy's top tower is it's gone.
Your fate is sealed.
Storm, I'm already here, man.
To battle. So be it. Bite frost.
Your middle tower's under attack.
Haste!
Arrow, fly. Silent as mist. Death comes silent. Fair trade. That was my thought. Ice shall nip my enemies. Agreed. Your fate is sealed. Ah, scepter. Attack. To battle. Good enough. My bow is drawn. Tastes so sweet. Into the fray. I'll cut a notch with your name on it. Yes.
I'm coming bottom as well.
Spring already.
Arrow, fly.
Haste!
My sentiments as well.
Oh.
お前はもう死んでいる。
Got him.
NANI?
Hey, look at you! Knocking down that bottom tower!
Arrow fodder. Onward. Forward. Very well.
Wow.
Arrow, find your target.
We can Shrine Storm if you want.
Good enough. Silent as mist. That was my thought. To battle.
What does that mean?
Yes.
Oh, Storm's gonna grab the bottom runes.
The price you pay. Forward.
Stupendous!
Bite frost. Arrow fly. So be it. Quiver. My sentiments as well. Feel the bite.
Double kill.
Can we go Roshan, Sven?
Death comes silently. I shall meet my enemies.
Yo, there's bounty hunter over here.
Feel my cold embrace.
It's over 9,000! And his name is John.
Thank you.
Invisibility.
Whoa, 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 that courier. Here.
There are some things you weren't meant to see, such as tomorrow.
Hey, ether lens or some shit? Oh, she does have it.
Good enough.
Middle barracks has fallen. That's the power of elbow beam. Dominate him. Bit of murder. You blew it.
Agreed.
Here, 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 here.
Middle barracks are just a sweet memory.
So be it. Very well.
Dominate.
Arrow fire has fallen.
Double kill.
Silent as mice.
Wait, who's what?
My bow is drawn. Onward.
I don't know if we can end this. Hey, hey, I'm not with you.
My thought.
Why?
Yes.
Well, if you guys are all there, then I'm gonna run over.
Enemy's
Was-
middle tower is no more. Enemy's middle tower just bit the dust.
Yeah, these guys aren't even trying, huh? Oh, trial game's so easy. TB looks like a count buyer. You can't really arrive at that conclusion, you know? You haven't really seen him play much. Can I vote for myself? Oh. MVP? I vote for myself. I think we're at 5669. Oh, we got 4 MMR today. Hey, hey. Was Sven support? Yep. Hi, JT. I whooped TV's ass. I wouldn't say that I whooped TV's ass, but our team whooped their team. It was pretty firmed. An easy farm for me. Actually, TB was ahead of me. Hello, Sandy. I'm good. How are you? Dark Willow announcer? I personally don't find her voice even that pleasant, but okay. Oh my god. Alright, new game, guys. Little Nick. Line from a while back.
And their best hero. Wait, ain't that kind of cheap? Yeah, and effective. 5 seconds left.
Yeah, I think somebody wants to buy the battle pass from me later, so I don't buy it then.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
This guy even immortal?
10 seconds.
The sure kill build on Witch Doctor.
You know what to do.
Is that some kind of cheesy ass fucking Veil, E-Blade, Dagon bullshit that Witch Doctor will never ever get farm in normal game?
10 seconds.
Oh, BJ. You're on your way to becoming a diplomat for sure. Pugna offloading, huh? Oh, Little Nick's rank 968. Oh, he's doing well. Sandy, glad you like the haircut. So tell me about this sure kill build on Witch Doctor, Jagoverse. Explain to me how it isn't just total cheese. Spirit Vessel Maledict? How is that a sure kill? That doesn't sound like a sure kill at all. You think you can just Maledict and Spirit Vessel and then you Veil and then they're dead? Like, that, what if they have like 3,000 HP?
Huh?
Oh.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Hey February, why don't you play Chen?
Seconds. 5 seconds left.
Spirit Vessel is HP based damage, but even if it was, like, I really don't think that's a sure kill. I think you don't understand this game very well, to be quite honest with you. Reduces health by 5% of current health per second. What if they have a hood? What if they're Juggernaut? What if they have Manta Style? What if they have Lotus Orb? You see how, like, there's so many ways that your sure kill build just will fucking falter?
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
What do you have? Guardian Greaves. So many ways to get out of your build, man. Thanks, Jeff, man. That was it? That was like a 1 second sound effect.
Guys, that's me. That's me.
I am Shadow Shaman. I hear. It is in the bag.
Prepare for battle.
Hi, Silvio. Dragoverse, no, you cannot send links in this chat.
I go.
Hey, Dragoverse. Matt. I don't mean to be a dick, man, but I'm not interested to see your video.
It's in the bag.
Right.
Like, the item build is just so fucking cheesy. Like, no competent witch doctor will ever build that, man.
The spirit moves me.
People don't play core witch doctor in real games, in Divine Immortal. And if you ever play the... Hold on a sec.
30 seconds to battle. Feel free to start killing beforehand.
And if you ever, like, build that as a support, people just laugh at you, dude.
As you wish.
You might as well say, hey, you know what does a lot of damage? PA with 6 Divine Rapiers.
Yes.
It's not even a good build.
You are heard.
This one's for all the marbles. If marbles were at all valuable.
Hear me. I speak for the shades. Of course.
There's nothing to be done here.
I accept your guidance.
First blood!
First blood. As the shades direct. Yes. So then,
That's force anking.
shades, guide me. Shades, guide me. I go. For the ancestors,
Oh, he fucking blocked.
I hear. Yes. You are heard. I accept your guidance. Granted. Feel the power. Of course. So say the spirit. I hear and obey. As you wish.
Cut those trees, Nick.
As it please you.
Oh, God.
I accept. Ah! Oh! The spirit moves me.
Wonder if he blocked.
As the shades direct,
Wonder if he blocked with his body.
I go. Shades, guide me. As the shades direct.
Hey. Don't disrespect the mods.
The spirit moves me. Does it please you? I accept your guidance. You are heard.
So I think he actually did deward this.
So say the spirit.
Or did he block with his body 3 times?
As you wish.
Shaman,
Sorry, what?
Yes.
do you need core?
Yes.
Granted. Of course. I hear and obey.
Dire structures are fortified.
Granted. I fight. I accept.
Does he just keep blocking this with his body?
Yes. Shade, guide me. Yes,
He's blocked this with his body every single time.
I hear. I accept your guidance.
Your middle tower is under attack.
The spirit moves me.
Here.
The shade directs. Of course. You are heard.
Sucker. Too slow, dude. You got boots. Well, you had to use 100 and what, almost 40 mana for that?
I go. I hear and obey. So say the spirit. As you wish.
Oh shit, man. This Sand King is so annoying. Everyone's going Soul Ring on Inspector now, huh? Interesting.
I am not yet worthy to go beyond the hill. I accept your guidance. You are heard.
Oh shit, man. Should have TP'd earlier.
Flames will spread thrice.
The spirit moves me. I hear and obey. Granted.
What the fuck, Ember?
The shade direct. Let us leave you. So say the spirit. Shade, guide me.
First item Midas. No boots allowed. Ill allow lace.
Hey, Gavin, I'm not going to do that in a ranked game, man. But I appreciate your donation. Can someone type an exclamation mark? Attention for this attention horror? Jesus. I'm dead.
I hear.
Killing spree!
Thanks.
My work here is not yet done.
Hey, Spectre, I can't help you top, okay?
I go.
Just stay alive. Thanks.
You even watching your top tower?
Yes.
Hey, time.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Does he know that I'm here?
The top tower needs some help.
Oh, go for the void.
Your top tower is under attack.
I hear.
You and a couple of friends.
I have another shock in 5.
The top tower is under attack.
Don't kill the messenger.
Lower the boom.
In death, I learned my
Doesn't matter.
I go. Yes. As you wish.
Don't beg for too much attention, okay? That's what I'm trying to say, just in case you didn't get it.
As it pleases you. I hear and obey.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
True form. Anywhere. At the same direct.
The rule of invisibility.
If I vote for you,
Kill him, please!
The top tower needs some help. Rally the troops and get over there!
I accept your guidance.
Killing spree!
The spirit moves me.
Your top tower is under attack.
He has Chrono, I think. Yeah.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that!
I accept your guidance.
Dominate!
Transmuted.
Mega kill! Double kill!
As the shades direct. Shades, guide me. Beat you like a drum.
Yeah, Gaben, I generally I don't troll my ranked games because I take my ranked games quite seriously. And your suggestion was kind of trolly.
This is one of the things in the bad column.
Trolly and throwy.
Your middle tower's
Which
under
isn't to
attack.
say that as an example for some ridiculous donation like $100 US that I wouldn't do it. But try not to throw my games for not a big reason, you know what I mean?
Fair price. Yes. For you. Sit down. I hear and obey.
No.
Okay.
Your top tower needs some help. Dig in and defend that sucker.
You are heard.
You'll be fine. Long as that top tower don't fall. I'll wait, somebody. Your middle tower is under attack.
Half sentry, half sentry. Where'd he go? I'm in this Oracle, dude. Oh my god, he's full HP.
Tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. Dire's structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack.
Back to 4.
What the fuck?
Under attack.
The material plane does.
Radiant structures are fortified. You got one
Wow,
less middle
indeed.
tower now, by the way.
Well, I hope we do well late game because our early game is not looking so hot.
Your middle tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
So say the spirits.
Should I use that quelling blade?
Tower's gone. Nice, right?
Granted. Curses.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I fight. Amoto attack. Strength born anew. As you wish.
Holy fuck. I didn't. Thanks, Matt. Yeah, I in fact did say $100.
Dire's doing that glow.
I'm glad there's no strings attached to this money. Thank you.
Your bottom tower, it's kind of bad.
Thank you so much, dude. That's a lot of money.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Pitch top.
You are heard.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower.
Oh!
Your bottom tower
I don't know
has
what TP scroll did.
Guide me. Of course. For the ancestors. As it please you. I accept your guidance.
Well, I just got the ruins top.
Attack! I hear and obey.
What the fuck? There's a Sand King here? Somebody help me! What the fuck, dude? Jesus. A shrine. Thank you. What the fuck, man? Jesus Christ.
I hear.
This is Sparta!
That was real close. Almost died, dude.
Of course. I accept your guidance. As the shades direct. Yes.
Uh-oh.
Shades, guide me.
Come on, go away, man. Oh, Jesus. Ether lens.
Granted. The spirit moves me.
Not real?
Absolutely perfect.
Don't go for Shadow Shaman. Don't go for Shadow Shaman. Oh my! Oh, why don't I shock this guy? Sanking's it. He has sight. He has sight. Matt casually drops a $100 donation with the troll face. The sucking guy.
To read the future, I need entrails. I accept.
Yeah, can you plant wards, dude?
So say the spirits.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Granted. Beat you like a drum.
You see these 3 words? Those are all mine.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
The spirit moves me.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower. Oh, there better be something important. Your middle tower has fallen.
Just stay high ground. We can defend high ground.
That's not my fault, dude.
Mark your death. Yes. Soce nominis forte cali. I hear and obey.
Okay, whatever.
Yes.
Hey, spot him.
Of course. I go. I hear. I accept your guidance.
The gamer makes more money than you? You're making quite the assumption there. How do you know that I make more money than these people? Did you see my fucking paycheck?
Top tower is under attack.
Moves me.
What, not your job or something?
When you go watch the Avengers, you pay like what? 10, 15 US dollars if you're from a North American country, right?
Mega kill!
You're paying for entertainment. Same as here. That's so hard to understand.
Shades, guide me.
Jesus Christ. Oh God.
Please you. I accept your guidance.
Oh God.
No chrono. We can fight this one. I'm coming. I have haste too. Go, 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 go.
Yeah, I know, he's just a salty little bitch, for sure. Yeah, anyone can flip burgers, or do accounting work, or fucking write shitty logans for companies, right? You think anyone can't do anything with enough training? Jesus Christ, entitled shit. Wrong time to blink, motherfucker. Jesus Christ, the kid's entitled.
For the ancestors. I hear.
Don't beg for subs on my channel. Okay, I'll make it.
Granted. The bones are thrown.
It's a lot of dewarded shit.
I go.
Double damage.
As you wish.
I'm so fucking dead.
I'm under attack.
They have crown.
That shadow.
What's my favorite hero voice? Kadar? Oh, I like Meepo.
Ecstatic return.
You know, that's what a lot of kids have this problem, you know. They see PewDiePie, right? Or they see like I don't know, Ninja or something. They're like, he's just playing video games in front of a camera. I can do that. I can be rich and famous. Yeah, I'm sure you fucking could.
I hear.
What do you mean your bottom tower's gone?
You don't have to initiate on that.
Of course.
Yeah, I bet you fucking could.
Of your fortune. I accept.
They have crown.
You are heard.
No, we Dirty Bird, we actually know enough about you, man.
They have bright hands.
Clearly it's hard for you to understand and show appreciation for others' work. See, like, you think that, like, this is so easy, he doesn't deserve this, seriously, you're gonna give him money? Like, those are the things that you said, man. Actions speak louder than words, right? We know a lot about you just from those two things you said.
As it please you.
Okay, I think we're about to ban this guy.
Go.
Yeah, you're quite the entitled shit.
A fine omen. I hear and obey.
Yes, it's work.
They're together.
I accept your dictation.
Oh my god.
No! Oh god. Oh god. Don't kill me, please. Oh, motherfucker! Yeah, so anyways, we don't need to assume. We know for a fact that you're an entitled shit.
You are heard.
Maybe fortified constructions. Pretty good move if you ask me.
Yes. I hear.
Oh, fuck. Am I dead, guys?
The shades direct. Divine poem for you.
No! Fucking delusions, you're gonna kill me! No, 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 I'm dead. I'm dead. Feel hot? Can you guys stop backseat gaming? Okay, let's finish this wand. And I'm not gonna fucking use smoke, dude. Okay. Oh shit. I don't say this Pugman's doing a lot of work though. Oh my god, did we just throw this game? Yep. We were losing a while ago though. Hello, Blitzbanks.
Killing spree! Triple kill!
Oh shit.
I've come to talk with you again.
Top tower needs some help.
3311 Aegis. Thanks, Lola. Oh man, I don't know, dude. Did we get outdrafted?
Middle tower is under attack.
I don't know. Like I fed like once or twice in the laning phase. Not a lot of feeding, but I don't know. Necrophos Sand King versus Spectre Shadow Shaman. Like, what do I do? That situation.
Tower has fallen. Middle barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks are under attack. You'll be sorry if they fall.
Does it please you?
Long sorry.
The middle barracks are looking shaky.
Yeah, Radiance? No, he doesn't.
If you wanted your middle barracks to not fall, you're doing it wrong. Shoddy construction.
Did he have first item Radiance? I don't know if he did.
Accept your title.
What's I supposed to do?
Top barracks is falling.
10 seconds.
Oh man, wrong award, wrong award.
Chase them.
Oh, you want
Yeah.
So say the spirit.
Yeah, get ready, I guess.
Never mind.
Can we get ready? Can we get ready to haunt? Haunt. Can we catch this guy? Spectre's got him.
Hey, guide me.
Yeah, that's 2 racks.
I accept.
Thanks. I think doesn't Dispersion wreck TA Blitzbanks? Dispersion, right?
I hear and
I
obey.
think TA's not that good against Spectre.
You are heard. I hear. So say the spirits. The spirit moves me.
They're fakes.
As the shades direct. My shade sends me strength.
Alright, let's get the Glimmer Cape.
Guide me
Wait, I don't even have TP scroll, huh?
as you wish. Does it please you?
Oh, I had Pugna muted from the beginning. Okay, man. Holy shit. That's a lot of ults. I'm dead.
double kill.
And he's dead.
I go.
No, please. No. Oh no, no, no. Oh shit. What are you cringing at, Mickey? Ooh, Spectre's coming in. Where's Spectre? Where's the real one, huh? The real one's right here.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Oh my
Your
god,
mid-tower
dude.
could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. And over here we have your middle tower.
I think we just let them end it. Can't win this game.
Your middle tower's under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Was the question hard to understand? You said cringe, so I asked you, what are you cringing at? And you said what?
We're not paying attention to the rules.
Huh.
Defend your agent!
Wanna play some games, Split Spanks? You know I can ban you, right? You know I can take away your ability to speak in this stream, right? Look at this foolish child. Double down, Spectre. English only. I'm about to ban your fucking shitty little ass. Okay, son? Hi, Milk Tea. Game plan is out of date. Okay, let me update Dota 2. Thanks to Raj. Yeah, game was hard indeed. I don't know, man. Maybe we screw up the laning phase. Maybe we should have tried lane top. Tiny, Shadow Shaman, and Spectre. And then we would have had Pugna bottom. Pugna would have been up against the Void and the Oracle. Void, Oracle versus Pugna. I think that would have been fine. Like, we should have tried lane top. Maybe. Dota 2 lessons, $20 per hour. Does banning help? I mean, toxic people here can make other accounts just to be used here on stream. Well, Sharma, well, that's the thing. It takes them 5 minutes to make an account. It takes us 2 seconds to ban. So, I mean, you tell me. Or we could just let people say whatever the fuck they want and just act like shitty little kids. I mean, what do you think's the solution here? Hey, Mickey, I'm not gonna teach you how to play Dota, man. Let's be real here. Like, how do you play Shadow Shaman as a hero? Like, holy shit, money.
Please open treasures, etc. on stream while queuing for games.
Done. Thank you, Ice Frog. Alright, I guess we sink all our money into this battle pass now. But before we do that, let me address this. Like, you're like, hey, can you tell me how to play Shadow Shaman? Like, I don't even know what to say, dude. Like, I don't know your knowledge level or your skill level. Like, you hex people and then you shackle, or sometimes you use swords to kill people or towers. It's kind of like, how do I wipe my ass? You know, like, well, when you start pooping and your asshole gets shitty, you take 2 or 3 pieces of toilet paper and you shove it up your ass and you swipe it around. Jesus Christ. And if you want to learn Shadow Shaman, why don't you just play Shadow Shaman? Jesus. Okay, wait a sec, guys. It's I believe that was the Battle Pass donation. Let's check. We're gonna buy the Battle Pass right now. Done. Thank you, Mr. Ice Frog. Now buy levels. Actually, okay, someone told me Axe 425 is really interesting. I actually have not seen Axe yet, so let's have a look. Let's see, 425, right? Oh, seriously? Fist of Axe Unleashed, Immortal. I gotta check this out.
Axe! Yes. Step
Fortune and glory await.
So manly.
forward.
I mean, it's funny, but I don't know if it's cool.
Fight.
Let's see, custom counter helix and calling blade. Okay, so let's try this. The spin's kind of cool. Yeah, interesting for sure. I mean, I'm quite happy with the regular axe.
Axe goes.
Anyways, we're supposed to queue and open up treasures at the same time. Yeah, I would not buy a level 420. And how much is levels anyways? So 24 levels is around 10 US dollars. Okay, so 100 levels is close to 40 US dollars. I heard that there was an invoker persona or something like that at level 300 something. Invoker persona coming soon. Oh, fuck. Check out Axe's dick size. How do I do that? Okay, well, let's queue for game and open these treasures. How do I open the treasures again? Sky sneak consumable charges. Drums of War. Trusty shovel. Okay. Game tokens. Card pack. I do not give a shit about card packs. I really do not. Every year I get like these cards and I'm like, oh look, I got Miracle. Oh look, I got Matumba Man. And I'm like, why do I care again? Maybe I'm just too old for this shit, guys. Well, I already have 6, right? So 4, 5, 6. So I'm basically guaranteed to get these. Okay. Well, that's not exciting if you think about it that way. Well, I mean, I might get one of these, right? I mean, there's a chance. Give me one of these. Give me this one. Give me the cosmically rare. Damn it. Come on, give me one of these. Give me the rares. Rares! Wow! Welcome to the Jungle Expedition.
We'll hold them down, you knock them out.
Win games with heroes marked with the Jungle Expedition icon to win rewards. Click view map to view the current. Okay, right. Oh, I play Drow anyways. This guy wants to play Drow.
Your pick. This is where you win or lose. Your pick now. Meepo. What?
Do I have any premiums? Nice. Not a single premium on my team. If you win and score points in the fantasy draft, you get rewards. All they're used for. Oh, is that what it is, Matt? Cards and fantasy points? Yeah, I've never really been into that kind of stuff. Not gonna lie. Oh, I got the Life Stealer. It's kind of really big for his model size, you know. Like he has skinny arms, he got a small little head, skinny legs, and then suddenly he's got these giant claws. Oh, Matt,
Okay,
you're on
your
Dota
pick
2?
now. You know what to do.
Where are ya? Where are ya? Too many friend requests. Oh, there you are. Skipping the animation doesn't affect drop. Yeah, hey Andrej, I know. So what I did was just purely for the dramatic effect. Oh fuck, we lost. Drow Medusa. And I am 5.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
Can Vengeful become carry? Yes. This game's rough. Yeah, you're fucking telling me. He doesn't have the axe. He's only level 100. I wonder if someone's gonna buy that. Ah, TA. Oh, shit. Okay. Oh my god, these lanes suck dick too. Yeah, I'm gonna do a top. So you get a ward and you get a tango. Hey Blitz, are you the TA in this game? Is that you, Blitz?
My name is...
Did you stream snipe me, you fuck?
I have another.
Prepare for battle.
Do I want to double down on this rank?
Hey, Rick.
Even though I'm probably gonna lose? Fuck no. Predict my 0 streak though.
I think we can agree that this one is in the bag.
I fly. With a vengeance. Vengeance.
Oh, hello, Kevin. Thanks, buddy.
30 seconds to battle.
Met you, lads.
Hello from India.
Thanks, Kevin.
Right.
Let my vengeance soar.
Bottom's gonna get bullied.
Garens.
Yes, sir, I will.
And now the moment you've all been waiting for.
I fly.
Sand King Axe. Oh man, those guys are gonna have fun.
The time has come. Yes.
Well, there's a stack timer thing, you know.
Faster.
And it even shows the arrow. As Johnny was saying yesterday.
As you wish.
Why did I fucking make those trades, dude? It was a terrible trade.
Nice, just cutting waves now.
Don't you dare.
My sentiments precisely.
This lane is rough.
Yep, 2 ranged.
Forward.
this side.
One second.
Sure, man.
Might kill him.
Sure, man. Ooh, nice.
First blood.
Ooh. Oh, the satyr. Satyr. Wow. Best creep.
The time has come.
Nice job, dude.
Nice. She's gonna walk back like a bitch.
Your bottom tower, it's kind of bad.
Got both bot lane. Oh, we're winning this game. I'm so happy. I've been losing too many games recently. Oh wait, never mind. It was the Oracle that we killed earlier.
Should be fine in lane if you want.
If I want to
Go
leave.
back for mana and health.
Oh.
No, I meant just to get mana and health to come back.
I'll consider your
It's
proposal.
up to you.
Oh fuck, there's a Sand King.
There is a Sand King. That's not good.
Hey, run. Yo, that Oracle might die. Oh shit.
That Binge might die. It's fine.
I like this doom. It seems very PMA.
Do you want me to bring you a salve or anything?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Last minute fairy fire, motherfucker! Oh man. Oh, I should have cast my spells before if I knew I was gonna die, I guess.
1 second. I got it.
Yeah, you items.
How many times must I set out on this road?
It ain't over till the last building falls. So fight.
Not yet.
Holy shit. What is the Spectre doing?
Drow have one less enemy now.
Oh, don't worry, I got Drow in your name.
Runes.
Bounties.
What the fuck? Sand King's here. You can grab ours. I think Sand King got theirs already. Never mind.
You got both. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
My sentiments precisely. Nice. Let my vengeance soar. I fly. Denied. To battle.
Your name offends me. That hurt me a bit.
She's dead, right?
Think we get you shrine real quick?
Sure, man.
Oh, this motherfucker.
Oh, Jesus.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Maybe I should go bottom. We kill if I go bottom? I don't know, man. I don't know. Yeah, let's try bottom. Let's try. I'm bottom. Can we try? I'm gonna stun.
No, I'm dead.
Nice job.
Your name offends me. I am there.
Doom dead.
3 top still.
What the fuck are these bubbles? Does anyone know what those are? What was that earlier? TA, do you want this regen? Oh wait! Oh shit! Oh! Actually, it doesn't matter because it's full HP anyways. Warding suggestions. Hey, Spectre, let's kill Axe again. Oh, there's an Oracle here.
Trial's missing. Add Doom.
Holy shit!
Our hero dies.
Holy shit! This dive! Too greedy.
Just use Doom.
Oh. Oh, Jesus. Oh man, no. Oh, I'm doing this wrong. Maybe I can save this guy. Oh my god, this Oracle. Oh fuck, I should have TP'd earlier, dude. TP earlier, Rubik would be alive. Oh well. Did they have sentry here?
Yeah, I have pawn and stuff. You guys should definitely try to get that top tier one.
Oh man, oh, it's just about to gank her.
Get her in.
Okay, I'll try to grab bottom rune. Oh god, I might die.
Grab this one, I'll grab ours.
Motherfucker, I'm gonna deny this shit.
Oracle's a pain in the ass. Good to know.
Thanks.
3 bottom, I'm just gonna do it.
Rubik? I know I need levels when Rubik this. Let's do this, that, and then.
She wasn't 6 last time she showed, so I don't know what she's done.
3 heroes TP'd mid, lads. Sick.
I think Wave of Terror is better. I used to level Magic Missile, but
Plus 1 mid and we kill this guy, he has no ultimate.
Okay.
Radiant fortified their structures. Pretty good move if you ask me.
Let my vengeance soar.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Draw 6 now. Can we kill this Oracle if I loop around?
Faster.
Yeah, Orc was playing his ass off, dude. No deny, no deny.
Nice.
Trout's not having a good time. Oh wait, I don't have sentry.
Nice job, bud.
I have sentry in 5.
He's still here. Oh, he's gone. It's fine.
Yo, 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 yo.
Tower in there.
Lift, 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 lift. I have swap. Nice.
Very well.
Very well. Thanks. I should probably buy a TP scroll now. Oracle's invisible. He grabbed the bottom action room.
Drow's chilling around here, that's why. So.
Okay.
I can haunt in if you find her.
Nah. Doom's down and they have a shrine up, I think, so it's a little risky.
Let my vengeance soar.
Hey Satriel, you should learn some English, man. We're not saying he's annoying as a person, we're saying he's annoying as a player and as a hero. When you die, do you feel happy? That wasn't bad.
I don't have to demo, but
I'm running over.
get the Oracle.
Killing spree! Dominate!
Yeah, let's go shrine.
Can we get mid tower?
I'm coming for sure.
Oh, this fucker. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't know
looks like
anything
a
about this
Rebecca
Oracle's
Flats
personality, man. We're not saying this guy's personally very annoying. Like, no, that's not what we're saying, man.
I'm coming for this guy. He still doesn't have that much health.
I just got ult up. If we see a deuce, it just slow her and she's.
I have swaps though. Chase.
Enemy's middle tower is no more.
Okay, nice.
Oh, that's Snake.
My sentiments precise.
Get him! Stop blocking crap.
Killing spree!
Oh, there's like wards all over the map, huh? Little ward thing. I think. Oh, dude, I was feeling really bad about this draft because they have Draldusa, right? But somehow we're just kicking their ass.
I'm not sure why she's not just playing jungle. It's like,
I don't know. He shows an awful lot.
Oh my god, I'm dead.
I guess it is kind of greedy to have both of them.
Ah!
We want to just push top, or because they're all down here.
Clarence is not annoying. Annoyingly sexy?
Runs up 15.
I'm coming to contest bot rune with you, Spectre. Let's go the
I will also come bottom. I have 2 swaps.
Oracle's bottom. Oracle's bottom.
Next Doom, we should try to kill this Dusa. I almost have Blink. Shouldn't be too bad.
The bottom tower is under attack.
I don't have detection. Okay, it doesn't matter, it seems. Sweet. Well, I'm right behind you guys.
Okay, we can disengage. Disengage. Don't let Medusa go.
I have a stun, I have a stun, I have a stun.
Oh, we can go. We can go. We can go.
Yeah, I have a stun, I have a stun. He doesn't have mana. Oh, he has mana. Good job.
Oh, good.
Holy shit.
Doom's about to be up.
And his name is
That put me really close.
Thanks. Oh shit. Suckers. fucking dive that shit, man. Oh, thanks. Droughty. I'm gonna go leech some experience.
Let my vengeance soar.
Oh, you're dead. Not even gonna try. Oh. Oh. I need another item. See, some magical damage, mostly physical, pure damage, magical damage, mostly physical. They have very mixed damage.
I'm coming bot, let's kill this FK.
Yeah. Ah, that was a bit of a... I think we can still chase.
Yeah, I'm coming.
That's not.
Oh, this is getting a little sketch.
Wait, I'm coming.
Sorry about that, that was a bit over the...
Okay, go, fight, fight. They're all crossed them.
Killing spree!
Wish you guys would have waited half a second for my radiance.
Okay, got it.
Ah, shit,
Yeah.
what am I doing? Yeah, in retrospect.
Like I was on these two, if I radiance, they both would have died.
I need some items.
It's fine, the drow's still really far behind.
Okay, let's get Urn. Okay. Okay. Okay.
You better puff on over to your bottom tower. Rally the troops and get over there.
I fly.
Fuck, I didn't even hit this creep.
I am not argue.
Doom will be up by the end of this. Let's try to use it with the arcane.
How many people are bottom tier? Holy shit, that's a lot. Quite a few bottom. We don't have Haunt right now. Just saying.
Have Doom up in 10 seconds, and then we'll have Haunt up in about 15 after that, or
Okay.
20.
Holy shit,
They
there's
still have an arcane rune. Can you use stun that guy?
Yeah, I could.
There we go.
Oh my goodness. They are really prepared for this, eh? Oh, dude, that false promise.
What is that?
Oh shit. Oh shit.
The bottom tower is under attack.
Hey, Haunt, Haunt, Haunt.
Nice.
Go do stuff first.
Go for the jump. I have stun.
Go for the ah shit.
Never mind. You know, I can get him here. Axel's gonna be here.
Get him, get him.
I got him.
Nice.
Nice job.
Tower's kind of bad.
Okay.
Push your bottom tier one. Finally get the tower here.
If anyone sees a dire wolf, please tell me.
There's one right here.
Nice. Almost.
I was thinking about buying Helmet Dominator.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Let my vengeance soar.
I got Doom up again.
Trap. No.
No.
Hey, me and TA
They're
can't
all
be
here.
there. Okay, both me and TA cannot be there.
You Venge, come rush with me. Venge, come rush. Come rush.
Okay,
Get out,
okay,
get
okay,
out
yeah.
if you can. This is too many. No. I didn't think they could react that fast. That's totally my bad. Sorry.
I don't think they're all gonna be there. That's 5 bombs.
Bottom tower is under attack. Radiant called in the fortification.
All good. Space erosion.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has
We
fallen.
lost the first tower though.
That's the
Wah
spirit.
wah.
The losing spirit.
Hey, Doom, there's also a, Where am I? Oh, you want this? You want Alpha Wolf here?
Coming.
Yeah, it's yours.
Thank you, sir.
I'm gonna kill it. I'm gonna kill the doggo. I'm gonna do it.
Don't do it.
I'm gonna do it. Oh
Actually,
shit,
I'm gonna
TA's in
kill it
trouble.
If I walk near it right now.
Holy shit.
That's my fucking team, yo.
You guys hella out of position.
I'm pissed.
Your middle tower is under attack. You wanna come to the
We don't have Holland.
Hey, I've got.
That's fine. You guys can still fight. That Deuce is really low as well. Just saying. Trap.
Right there. He has no mana.
Trap.
killing spree. Triple kill.
Get him.
Bake him away, toys.
I think that was a worth the buyback.
I think that is a very good buyback. That's what I like to see. All TA pickers are the same for the game. Well, good job, TA pickers.
They're not gonna have ore.
Good T3.
Tower just turned into a pile of rocks.
You put down some words.
Oh, the mana shield is the real one. I think I would.
Oh, run.
Swap if you need. I can.
Oh, Jesus.
There are some things you weren't meant to see, such as tomorrow.
I'm dead.
Oh, you know what? I am gonna go deny some runes. This is a really action-packed game. I'm gonna deny the shit out of these runes. Bam. Actually, can I grab it? I don't think I can.
One less middle tower now, by the way.
Maybe I shouldn't have denied that one. Oops. I didn't think the Spectre would come in this direction.
If your
Yeah, that was my bad. Sorry about that.
It'd be pretty mad at you. Radiant structures are fortified. Your middle tower's under attack.
Oh man.
Hey, we need you back in base. Heal up.
Your middle tower has fallen.
They push high ground here.
The Spectre is DD with Hans. You can just haunt.
You wanna?
I think when Rubik's back up, you probably want to start hunting.
Haunt, dude. You have double damage. Hello.
Yeah, I got.
Oh, I don't have mana for swap.
Stuns him.
God damn it, the most split shot! He's alive!
Okay,
Spectre's alive? I was like running over to him like, oh no, I'll show up you. And then he just survived it.
watching your top tower?
Chicken bot right.
Chicken? Mmm.
Your top tower is under attack.
Yeah, chicken.
Your top tower is under attack.
I'll not be stopped so
Dire structures are fortified.
Fuck, I need to put down some wards, dude, and buy some items.
Tower don't fall. Oh wait, it's already gone.
Ooh. What do you... Avenge, go around, Jesus.
Too negative. Get back, Oracle. Oh, or kill this guy.
There you go.
Oracle bye.
Spectre, I got you. I got you, Spectre.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of bad. What, not your job?
Yeah, this guy's.
Hey, no.
15, be careful.
Spectre has Haunt 5. I don't know if this is good or not. Deuce is almost up as well.
I think you just get out.
Wait, well, let's see how they... Oh, Jesus. He scared me. And I'm fucking dead.
Your bottom tower, it's kind of bad.
We just need to wait on BKB on the DA. I'll have Doom when I'm up.
Good. She's the most useless one with
I think we got one.
She's the most useless one with Arcane.
Where's Soraka?
Wait, there's a... Yes.
Oh god, this might be a throw.
Killing spree.
Error.
Yikes.
I know.
Ooh, wipe them out.
Nice.
And his name is
Thanks. Hey, can we go through mid? Like mid's towers really low.
Tower's really low, but
If there's a second buyback, we back, I
be
think.
careful.
Can we, do we have enough damage to do melee rec?
We can, Axe is up in 8 seconds. This is sketchy.
No, maybe not, maybe not.
We don't cut.
You're better off just getting back. Try to kill that shrine.
Get the bounty runes. I got the bot bounty runes. You got the top
Okay,
one.
okay, I'll go top then.
There are 2 TPs at
I'm
least.
getting
Careful.
Ooh.
I am there.
Blessings.
DD bottom. Get back, get back, get back.
Very well.
Hey, Spectre can haunt in like 25 seconds, and Tia has DD. So there's gonna be a window of time where we're really strong. Can we start to run at them?
The enemy's bottom shrine is...
Yeah, I got Doom in 20 seconds.
Yeah, I think we start running at them like ASAP. But we need TA. TA, you're the guy with DD. Hey TA.
I'm watching. I'm watching.
Never mind. TA doesn't want to fight.
Faster.
Oh, that's a nice Ox.
Oh, they're all together now. Care.
Yeah. Someone's up here.
Take their top shrine and then do Roche.
Okay.
I want to get the orb.
Battle. If you insist.
Fuck, I need to put down some wards, dude. Pyramid.
Nice. The enemy's top shrine has fallen.
Oh, they didn't get the.
Kira Roshan area, Kira.
Vengeance flies beside power, like a promise of revenge.
Sand King's up here.
I'm shoving bot, see if I can force a TP. If I see 1 or 2 TP, it's opening.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Do we have a smoke?
Wait, is Roshi
Yeah,
there?
I have smoke.
Can we? They're kind of spread right now. If we can get some
Sure.
kills,
TA, can we smoke?
we got home here. TA, come back.
I'm not going for that Medusa. I'm not fighting them. Like that has to be bait.
Oh god.
Like, what did I say? I'm stunned soon. Alright, Ravage. I'm gonna silence. Okay, they're all
Yo,
silence.
Fire, what are you running from, Sector? Sector, what are you running from? Just go get him. 3 kills. Yo, back him up, back him up. Doom is full HP. Just stick with them. They all die here.
I'm silent. Yo, right here? There's an orb right here.
Drow ball back. She should be TPing. Actually, she can't TP to anything.
Oh, I can't out. I don't have mana.
Fade bolt, fade bolt, fade bolt. You need a fade bolt. Nice.
I'm dead.
They've had a lot of buybacks.
They all bought back.
Push isn't that back.
Ah, Roshan. Oh, Roshan's up. Jeez, that trap doesn't see it.
Buyback. Do you have buyback, Spectre? We can fight this.
Oh man,
We don't have
that's quite the
on.
play.
You don't need it.
It's gonna die.
Oh boy.
Alright, we lost. Oh wait, we didn't. Sick.
It's a gem. Okay, just kite the Medusa and kill everyone else. That's what we should do. Like that's so much easier. Like that's what we did right there.
Fucking king to me. He's got a trumpet.
Oh, we might lose it.
Oh god! Oh god!
Can we just bomb?
You got him. Nice.
Ryan, my friend. What are you doing? Blink out, blink!
Nice. Alright. Could've been worse.
Oh my god, Jesus Christ, guys. Grab the runes, please. Runes? Oracle can't TP to any of the shrines to grab runes. See you later, Blitzbanks. Oh my god, I can buy 7 observer wards. I mean, I'll have 7 if I buy all of them. Oh, Spectre almost has haunt. I mean, oh fuck, almost has heart.
No buybacks on any cores.
Yeah, I'm pushing now. I got Doom. We should definitely try to do something off this. Come top.
I'm way too low health. I need to get this part and I need to heal.
Is it gone?
Okay, then let's reset.
I got BKB. These couriers a lot.
I am there.
We need to kill the Oracle first, Chris. Every time.
I can just jump on him with Doom. I think that's the play. Because it's not long range enough for me to get on top of Deuce before she ulties most fights.
Right.
Unless I'm the first one in.
Vengeance flies beside me.
Real fucking intense.
Oh, we also don't have buybacks, so we need to be very careful what kind of fight.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Me and
Travis
Rubik
got
have
BKB,
buyback.
She does not have it yet. How does not have BKB?
What the fuck? I have a ward here and they deward it?
I don't know. I feel like the
Let me
behind the
eat
items
one
are-
of these fruits.
Faster.
Thank you.
Hey guys, I am pretty sure we smoke is 4. Spectre, get back.
Yeah. Over here, over here.
Sure.
TA, you need to come with us, dude. Oh, they're all here.
Oh shit.
Just get out.
I know.
This is fun. This is fun. Epicenter.
I'm good. Yep.
Holy fuck, this guy's still here. I'm gonna put down some traps. Reduce has gem, you say? This guy's stun range is so long. And they had vision here. I think they had a ward here. That's probably why they can't just jump us like that.
I think y'all can hold high ground without me.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower.
Sand King's alone right now.
Your bottom tower just took
Okay, I'm coming back home.
as you Okay, where were we? Heads up, we're back.
Can't really.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, I lifted him.
I'm gonna put that in obs.
Don't jump for it. Don't jump the Medusa, please. That's how we're gonna lose.
I don't think we even go on anyone, right? There's no Doom.
Just defend until I'm up, y'all. Even if we lose one lane, it's fine here.
I'm gonna toss her back.
Oh,
I got stunned.
Hey, maybe I just run at them and I'm gonna suicide. Let the Venge
They
die.
have a gem. Remember, they have a gem.
I think it's on Axe.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna buy back. Let them kill me. Let them kill me.
Can we reset? I have Stone Gaze.
Can I?
I have Stone Gaze right. I'm Stone Gazing her. She's not Stone Gazing.
Oh Jesus.
Yeah, that was good.
Why did you go in so early? Like we didn't have Doom.
The bottom barracks is falling.
Hey, help the Doom.
Dire structures are fortified.
Oh, what a smart player. This guy. I'm stunning her.
Yeah, we got a burst strike. We got a big burst strike. Big burst strike.
Get out. Whatever this is called.
Nice.
Oh, this dude, this Rubik is fucking playing, outplaying the shit out of them.
Telling you.
Just keep
I'm
going
up
in.
in 10. I'm up in 10.
Oh, TA has like no farm. Jesus.
Dominate.
Uh-oh, a little throwy.
Whatever.
I don't know.
I got 9-second buyback.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, just.
You know what, could we all just like build fucking blade mail and let the Medusa kill herself or something?
Hey, Ruben, can you buy some hordes? I don't have money.
I think sheep stick over Orchid here, dude. Oracle's just gonna purge it.
Hey, Lulu, what's Roshan
When I
time?
get my level 25, I have a bash, so I don't really need a lockdown for the Oracle.
But the lockdown's helpful throughout the game. Like, if we can lock down either the Oracle or the Drow, it's huge. We can kill it pretty easily.
By the bloody pinions of Avila.
Okay.
At last.
These guys.
The Roach is gonna be up soon.
Yeah. I'll have buyback and Doom when we do.
The skies surrender to me.
That's a double damage. Ten seconds, but I don't think.
No,
that's
just
the fight.
leave me. Let me die.
24.
Oh,
Use a split. Can you kill this guy?
Kill the axe, kill the axe.
Or the axe.
The middle barracks are under attack.
Stacks.
I'll toss him over. Yeah.
I got buyback. Can we fight this? They just used
Yeah,
everything.
let's go. Can we keep going?
The middle barracks are looking shaky.
Nice. Nice. That was great. I'm fighting this thing.
Slow.
I stunned him.
could do the trap, man.
Chain stunning.
I'm dead.
I've stunned him. I stunned him.
Nice.
I'm up in like 3 seconds.
You and Ruben can defend this, I believe. And Venge.
Yeah,
Yeah, we're good.
don't forget
I'm
Ben.
here too.
We're good shit.
Yeah, I can forget
He's
about
got
me.
very little HP. He's a PKB though.
Hey, who do we go for?
I think the Drow first. That's the majority of their damage.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
You kill the Drow, the Deuce isn't nearly as strong. Nice.
Got him, lad.
I'm going back.
But he's back.
I need mana. Let's go for the axe next.
Oh.
Sorry, what?
Nice save, good save.
Yeah, good save, and I die.
Oh, the plays.
I fucked up, I think.
Oh.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, that's GG.
I buy back.
I went good then, we're fine.
Oh, man.
I'm up soon.
Yeah, this game's out of my hands at this point. Spectre has haunt. Tia, you have to go in, okay? Just Tia. Holy shit, man.
No, you can't. You can't target the Medusa like that.
Dude. Holy shit.
Oh my god. 14 seconds.
I banned rude people. Do you need a ban?
The fucking axe got killed or the true god went on my haunt.
59, 58? No,
Doesn't get a
jeez.
passive boost and kills me instantly. That's all sick.
Nice try, guys. GG. Oh, man. Damn, dude. You win this game if Spectre goes Diffusal? I don't think the game is so simple like that, man. Dota 2 is not like, you know, Ricky shit hero, just buy dust. Easy Ricky. It's not so simple, honestly. Damn, dude. Drow, Dusa. Ooh, I got a gift. Easy levels? Nice. Level 100? Does that mean I just got 100 levels? Thanks, Mr. Pierce Thunderwrath. I wonder how I moved, going from 108 to 208. What do I think about the update, Johnny? Don't really know. Stack timers... Yeah, I like that. I like, you know... I like the stack timer thing. I mean, I didn't really need it, but it's very noob friendly, right? Hey Joey, for the record, I'm not sure that I agree or disagree with you. But I know what you're thinking. You're like, you probably see Medusa, you're like, I see Medusa, I buy Diffusal Blade. And I'm telling you, that's not necessarily the play here. Nah. No, I don't agree with you, actually. Spectre really needed the heart. He also needed the Mantis style. So, I mean, he just didn't have the farm. Like, you expect him to pull another 3,500 gold out of his ass, but, like, I would much rather him have put that money towards a heart than a Diffusal. Gain ground on Axe and Drow. But, okay, well, Drow has BKB, Mantis style, and Hurricane Pike. And then he's got the Oracle, too. You see how, like, okay, you go on the Drow, but then he has BKB, Hurricane Pike. Okay, but then they have an Oracle who uses False Promise, right? And, okay, then you go on the Oracle. Okay, but then the Axe jumps you, right? Okay, but then you try to go, then you try to go on that person. Then Medusa just uses Stone Gaze, and then you can't do anything about that. You see how it's just way too fucking complicated to try to simplify and be like, oh, buy Diffusal, easy win.
Hero. Wait, ain't that kind of cheap? Yeah, and effective. 5 seconds left. Remember, the goal is to have fun.
Round 2, Boy of Love. Yeah. Ooh, I like it. So we have the Doom, we have the Spectre. Yeah, we have Doom and Spectre from last game. This is, yeah, that's the Doom, right? So Doom's no, Spectre. Spectre is now playing Drow, and Doom wants to play LC.
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
Well, time to play Vengeful Spirit again. I really didn't want to do this, but Drow Venge is just a good combo, and I have a very high win rate.
You know what to do.
94 unclaimed rewards. There's too many things to claim, Grace. Seeb? Fuck, man, I don't want to play Vengeful Spirit again. But I like MMR. Oh, God. Oh, no sound effects. Wait, Drow, SK, and Oracle on the same team? Yeah. Read my team's chat. Position 4 or 5 last pick. Ninth pick Pudge. Rich Brian. This guy's quite the talented Pudge player. So does it just choose a random person to be at the front of the screen, guys?
Vengeful spirits. Fortune and glory awaits in the bag.
Double down on rank. Haven't already lost 2 games already? Oh, Jesus. Did I play Drought today? I think I did. So today I've lost 3 games and won 1. Oh my god. I'm doubling down on this game, guys.
You can call this.
Based off of battle pass achievements and hero achievements? Oh, okay.
Not start now.
God, I don't want to lose 50 MMR, please. If I lose 50, then I will be
5 seconds.
5.5k. Oh my god.
Selves are in agreement.
Oh, 9 streak.
Is in the
Alright, Kevin, I'll try to win it for you, bud. Suck dick, man.
I always wanted to see an ancient fall. Yeah, that stuff.
Oh my god.
Don't make me come over there.
Get that rune for me, Mars.
I will not argue.
Another triumph.
I am here.
Come on, tower! Fucking hit the fucking Sand King, you fucking shit! That was a good trade, like they both almost died. For me. Yes.
He's not getting fucking Firefly.
Wanna go on this? Oh, never mind. One fairy fire, motherfucker! Get out of the way, Drow! Get out of the way! You thought you had me. Yeah. Yes. You wanna fight me? You think I care? You don't even have Stealth Shield.
Yes.
The fuck out of here. Move it. Move it!
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna pull. This round might be in danger though.
I'll play.
You too.
The time has come. Nice.
You hook, I think we might be able to build. Nice job.
Nice.
It's not time yet.
Sucker. I'm trying to pull my lane. What do I do? Where's this guy's wand? Hey Drow, you gonna buy a wand?
Yeah, if I can get to the shop.
Okay, let's shove this lane in then. Oh Jesus.
Go for that fight.
Let my vengeance soar.
Nice, lay down.
Well played, sir. Can you pick up the
Oh.
alien sword?
No, 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 no!
Yeah, sure thing.
Thank you.
Get him! Yes! Oh yeah, baby, that's so good. Me? I'm 5 for 3. Position 5 for position 3. Yeah, man. Soul Ring on Drow? Wait, wait. Right, oh no, it's not.
Oh.
Actually, I don't need this item.
The time has come. If I must.
Yeah, I was like, Soul Ring? What the fuck?
Nice job, dude.
Ooh.
That's what I like to see. Don't worry about it.
Hey Drow, these 5-minute runes are almost up.
Yeah, we can get the R one.
Be able to get a kill on the pops.
Here, you get this one.
I don't think they're contesting if you want to grab it. Yeah, they totally sacked top as far as the
Okay, Care Drow. That's a dangerous hill.
I forgot Tanking's up here too.
If your mid tower can talk,
Hey, we need some help.
pretty mad at you.
Oh, you're good. I'm not sure that I'm good though.
Nice job.
Can I eat this tree like this, please? What the fuck?
Vengeance flies beside me.
I don't have fucking boots.
Faster. My sentiments precisely.
Oh,
The enemy's attacking your middle tower.
That rider too.
Shall we keep going? I have a
5
stun.
seconds on spear push.
Oh shit, my bad, dude. Not a good idea.
Killing spree.
Drow, can you bring the clarity for me? Thank you.
Dominate. Double
Sure,
kill.
let's do the exact.
Fucking close,
Nicely
dude.
done.
Vengeance flies beside me.
Well played.
Thanks.
Oh, 1 second, I got items, so. Using Shrine, you good without, or you want me to wait?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yes.
Recurve. I'm about to have 6.
Oh, this guy's 6 now.
As you wish.
So they lane swapped.
Yeah, I got my.
If I must.
Oh, I fucked up.
Oh.
Sorry about that.
Are you good?
Middle tower's under attack. Dig in and defend that sucker.
Okay. Oh fuck!
Let my vengeance soar.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
That guy's dead. Or he's not dead. Oh shit! Oh my god. Perfect time.
Bad stop.
I had that top.
That's almost 6 as well.
Top tower needs some help.
On a TP for bottom. I just TP'd out of top segment.
Dyer's doing that glory.
Hey, get back, get back, get back.
Nothing to do until that's done. You shall be broken.
Good hook. I'll play.
Okay.
Your middle tower's under attack.
No, not me too.
Friends could probably stop that. Your bottom tower.
Oh shit! Oh my god, you fucking shit.
15 seconds.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Bounty runes are almost up. They're playing around bottom now. Here.
I can TP. I don't have ult though. I don't think we just let that go.
Hey, the enemy's top tower's gone. You better puff on over to your bottom tower.
My sentiments precisely.
It's almost dead.
Let us make my first formula.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Okay, let's buy this item.
Let my vengeance soar.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of bad.
Alright, I'll see you guys in 5 minutes.
Alright.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I'm TPing bottom.
Got your job or something? Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh fuck, I don't have TP scroll. Not that it's on cooldown anyways. Hey man, I'm getting a TP right now, Mars. Should have it in just a sec.
It's fine. I'll be fine. Firefly's about to be over.
Two top.
Alright, they're going bottom. Can we get a...
Okay. Hey, I just canceled my TP. I'm not bottom.
Okay.
Your mid tower can talk.
From the real one. Oh my god. Who's this one right here?
Your middle tower has fallen. Why do I have you?
Oh wow.
Your bottom tower's kind of bad. I mean, your bottom tower's gone.
Okay, Haku, thanks man.
Hey, welcome back.
As you wish.
I think I need 4 staff this game. We just pretty sure we just rushed 4 staff. I'm watching you. I have swap.
Yeah.
Oh man. Oh. Fuck. We can kill him there, I think.
Oh my goodness, that save. Oh.
Man, what the fuck is going on?
Get stun up in a second.
Gust. Hit the Gus, dude.
Killing spree! Killing spree! Double kill! Dominate! Double kill!
Good job.
I think you just ignore us if we're getting going on, Joe. We'll just play. We can, as long as you get farm, we can win this easily.
If I must.
There's a damage received report now. Oh, that's so useful. Because then I can decide if I want to buy like AC, pipe, kind of thing.
By the bloody pina.
Yeah, I think late game, our late game is probably a lot better than theirs. Yeah, a lot better than theirs. So, and we're doing pretty well in the early game, so should be okay. Hey Mars, I'm gonna come towards you. Oh, probably get top bounty
We
runes.
might be able to kill this guy coming through mid though.
Okay.
Yeah, come.
Yo, run,
Oh,
Mars.
hello. Holy fuck. That is a double damage motherfucker right there.
Oh yeah. Hey, don't feed your illusion. Please. Dude, that's like... That's 240 gold.
He somehow doesn't have his defusal blade yet, which surprises me.
Wait, was he trying to stack that? Oh, sorry.
The time has come.
There's Bad Rider still here. Oh, no, care, just run. Oh.
Yeah.
Why not ward the high
Yeah,
ground?
I
Which
got
high
it,
ground,
but-
Vishnu? This high ground? Ward this high ground? Holy shit, wards. You know, there's an order to there's a process to warding properly, right? You don't just simply put the observer ward there. First, you put down the sentry to see if they have vision first. Yes. Like, I mean, what if you just put the ward down there and then they actually saw you put down the ward, and guess what? Your ward's gone. There's a proper way of doing this, guys. You don't just put it down. See how, like, over here, I put down the sentry first and then I put down the observer ward.
Blink on Sand King.
With a vengeance. You better puff on over to your bottom tower.
Yep.
If I must.
Vishnu, I'm not only just talking to you, okay? There's another guy who just said vision.
Watching your top tower?
Like, I know you guys think that you're like really good, but like sometimes your suggestions is not necessary, or it's not even a good suggestion.
I am not arguing.
Once again, Vishnu, I'm not only talking to you. I'm probably dead.
Mega kill! They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Oh man, our mid game is just suffering really hard.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Holy shit. Oh, that's the duplicate. Then stop feeding. What the fuck?
My sentiments precisely.
We're gonna be setting up here.
Faster. Yes.
Yeah, we just have to survive until late game. Our mid game is really shit. When they get blink daggers, it's kind of hard for us.
Needle is missing.
What the? Oh my god! He lassoed me. That was a perfect lasso.
Hobbs over here.
Where?
I think it was right here, because they smoked and they placed an obs.
Okay. Yeah, no, luckily for us, we have a really good high ground defense, so.
Sentry there, obviously.
Guy's putting up a barricade.
The time has come.
Hey, Pudge, I'm coming. I can swap you. The real one? Not even the real one.
Top tower needs some help.
Dude, our mid game sucks dick.
No. Are you kidding me?
Dang.
Can you get that tower down? Is that there?
Oh, God.
Yeah, our lineup apparently was just too greedy. We had two extremely farmy cores. We needed more fighting.
We just have to make it to the late game. Maybe we can do a lot better.
It's fine, they're not pushing the issue.
Top tower is under attack.
Faster.
Can we try to kill this?
Your top tower needs some help. Your top tower has fallen.
They're super split. He does not have Aegis.
What the fuck? Yo, I don't know if that was necessary.
Vengeance flies beside me.
Oh.
Ah!
It would have been.
They have a pretty big amount of gold that fight.
Man, that TP was so good.
Let my vengeance soar.
Hey Nam Dota, I only have less than half a second to think about who I'm gonna swap. So it's very unclear sometimes. In fact, sometimes I screw my teammates. Actually, I often screw my teammates with swaps. But that's the thing. You have to make a decision right now, especially with Ursa. Ursa kills in like 1 second.
I fly.
Oh shit.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Can we kill this guy?
Bottom tower is under attack.
You can try. What the fuck?
You better puff on over to your bottom tower. Your
It's blank
bottom
now.
tower has fallen. Stop it! That's not helping.
Let my vengeance soar.
Oh shit. Not even a real one. I can't even tell, man. Oh shit. I doubled down on this. Oh.
Yep.
David called it the fortification. They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Oh god.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Well, we still have 2 more racks, so I mean, we just mid game is supposed to be really hard. Really hard. Yeah, we can still win.
I'll have ult when I spawn.
Do I have backup? Jeez, where is he? Well, Peel's here?
Oh, that's a real one?
Yeah, it's real. Ooh, good!
Wyvern's
Roche.
owning us.
Okay, I'm coming over.
We can rush, yeah.
Wyvern's bottom. I got Vlad's.
Hey Pudge, we're gonna do Roshan.
Yeah, it's fine. Here's Agnum though. Okay.
Get Aegis. Somebody get Aegis.
That's cheese too.
I got cheese, force. I just don't want him.
I don't have. Oh my god, what a fucking sneaky. Oh, Jesus. Curse, curse, curse. I think we back.
Okay, we can disengage, guys. We can disengage. We don't need to.
No! Motherfucker!
I'm dead here, probably.
No, I can stop the Ursa from blinking on you.
It doesn't
Anyway,
matter.
you're
This
still
guy can
dead.
stay on top of me.
Good job, Pudge.
Sand king. Let's go.
Devours me.
Yeah, well.
Denied them the Aegis, that's the important thing. Really need this. I'm pretty far behind on point. Can we smoke up and get some vision up? Because we really need defensive vision.
Dire structures are fortified.
Yeah.
Your top shrine is under attack.
I have ulti, and they don't have Ursa here. That is...
Your bottom shrine is under attack.
So where are we going? Where are we going?
Go bottom.
Oh, there's a ward up here.
Top shrine has fallen.
It feels good to get that off my chest.
Get the ward, or is it still there?
It's still there. Oh, you want to hit it?
No, no, go.
Thanks.
Careful stuff here.
As you wish.
Got Aether Lens as well.
Alright, they're split at the moment. Can we take a fight off?
This one's real. It's got a clarity on it.
Killing spree.
I have this guy over here too.
Swap.
He can't blink. He can't blink.
Okay.
It's not time yet.
I think we're out now. I think we go over there. Well,
Get back, get back. Swap if you need.
Get out, please. Get out.
2 seconds. Jesus.
I'm gonna die for this, I think.
Sorry, dude.
He has Aegis. Can anyone save him? Oh. Arc Warden is running over.
They're really strong. They walk up so we can die.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm no okay, there we go. Some money.
Look at you.
Holy fuck.
I can swap you. Oh shit! I pressed twice. My bad. My bad. My bad. My bad.
Fine.
Guys, I'm not up.
Yep.
Oh wow.
Double kill.
Man, oh, what a stupid mistake. Jesus.
Just get back.
Interesting.
You're gonna. Oh.
Oh, you're fighting this. Sand King, he doesn't have boots of travel, right? Rampage, Rampage! You denied him his Rampage?
That sucks.
Wah, wah.
Alright, well, we don't have any more buybacks, so next fight's gotta be real.
Does anyone remember Roshan time?
He's dead for a while, and if we kill Sand King, he'll be dead for like 100 seconds.
Like 1350 with an 80.
Hulu, when is Roshan time?
If we can catch this guy, that would be the biggest play. We also
Right.
should.
My sentiments
Ace or top.
Hey, Drow, can you come mid?
Yeah. Oh, we were trying to kill something.
No, we want them to fight us at an objective. Care. There's too many up now. Care.
Get back, please get back. Sand King can catch y'all, and then they'll follow up. He has Ags, which really hurts.
Let my vengeance soar.
Bounty runes are up.
As you
What the fuck? A real PL. I have 4 staff still.
Okay, he's dead
Hey,
for a long
that was a
ass
really good
time,
fight.
boys and girls.
Are you able to catch the Ursa? Punches this member in 3 seconds. Woo! Oh shit! Oh shit!
I'm gonna die, boys!
You're dead. Oh shit!
That's Winter's curse down though. We can push high ground, I think.
Yeah, I'm gonna come join you in a sec. Yada?
That was
Oh.
so disappointing.
Ooh, bounty is still here.
Yeah, no BKB on Ursa.
Hey, Drow, use your aura.
Bat's about to be up. This is starting to get
I
sketchy.
think no, I think you can take it. I can counter bat with swap.
Okay.
Yeah. Care. PL's up though. Oh, you guys are really deep.
So they should not fight that.
Yeah, let me die. I'm just run.
I'm dead.
Well, our late game is starting to shine.
Just got BKB, so this fight should be easier now.
Good. Oh shit! We have to go towards Roshan ASAP. Oh Jesus! It's a fake one, right? God, dude.
Double kill.
Mid's pushing itself. We gotta push out top. We'll have 4 up. Get back, Drow. Get back. We can't contest.
Who's picking up the Aegis?
Where the fuck's the item?
Can't freaking click.
Yeah, I can't. Wait, so someone pick up the Aegis. Oh shit, that might have been GG.
I'm clicking, couldn't find it. Dang.
Too many illusions, you know?
I got buyback.
We need to kill them while they're separated. Yes. Oh, no. I think we... I don't know what we do at this point.
You need to just wait for Arc Warden. We have a minute.
Look, only show the tier 4s, alright? Only if they go for tier 4s. Don't care this, don't care this.
Careful, Drow. You're very far up. They have a Sand King with axe speed.
Come on, sir.
Just spam your passive and just wait.
Do I need to buy back or no?
I think you probably have to buy back.
No,
Yeah,
no,
I'm
you're
on
okay.
Shoot.
Don't buy that.
The top tower needs some help.
Just don't die, don't die. Alright. Do not die.
Stop it! Oh no, 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 no. It's gonna be 50 MMR.
Jesus.
Oh, he's offended! Oh my god! Oh
I
god!
didn't even take a rack.
Oh god!
Rude.
Oh god! Yes! Yes!
Was they just used or no?
No, I don't think so. Don't know so.
Oh my god! The games today are just too damn intense.
As well.
Oh.
First invis.
He has a pistol blade, which caught me off guard.
Dude, we're barely holding on to this game. They're up 2 tier 3 towers.
Can we get some defensive vision up while they're over there?
$616, thanks for subscribing. Hey Pudge, maybe you should just take the tome. We're just highest level in this game, huh?
Arcane room top.
Yeah, tell me what help me out a lot. I assume I should go health. Or you guys want me to go BKB and get the dismember?
Yeah, you can catch the PL in that. That'd be ridiculous.
Yeah, I think that's really good.
Alright.
He almost has butterfly on PL.
It's okay, we have Mjolnirs. We have 2 Mjolnirs, so don't even bother. Hey Pudge, let's get back.
I'm trying to get this courier. Courier's my Mjolnir.
Nice.
We're definitely gonna need some like sight.
I think we just let Arc Warden split push, and then when they're separate, then maybe we can smoke kill them.
By the bloody billions of Avila.
They're all together right now. Someone might go for that. Oh.
Can we smoke?
Yeah.
Let's smoke. Am I missing anybody?
Wait for Arc, wait for Arc, wait for Arc.
Come on. This guy's like fucking AFK.
Ursa just used his ult.
He's using his illusion. It's Wyvern. No, get the Wyvern. You can't kill anyone with Wyvern dying.
Get the
CL on it.
Yo, Wyvern bot back.
Killing spree!
I got his gem.
Oh man.
I got buyback.
I do not.
That's like 300 gold, dude.
Your bottom barracks are under attack! Love those killing spree!
I don't even know what's going on in some of these fights. He doesn't have anything. Help the Mars, please.
Yeah. We got everybody. Wyvern doesn't have buyback. Using Shrine.
Oops, that's the old time.
Vengeance flies beside me.
Do we want to try grouping up? For some buyback? We know this guy's
You want to smoke? We need more people.
Coming mid. Yeah, I'm on my way. Just push mid, guys. You can push mid into top. Top's pushing itself in.
I'm not sure if that's real. Oh no, it's not even real at all.
Nice, lay down.
Oh Jesus. Okay, back. I don't want to do this. They have four.
You take Shrine or something?
47-20. Yeah, let's get top Shrine. We're already here.
I just don't want to fight them out in the open. I feel like it's just so dangerous.
I don't really want to fight either, to be honest. Let's just not fight. We don't have to take Shrine. It's not that important.
6 minutes.
Hey, we need to play around Roshan now, though.
Oh no.
How many DDs has this son of a bitch gotten? Jesus.
Careful, they're all in that area. Like,
Get out if you can, drop.
holy shit.
Oh, I think someone just looked at me.
Yeah, no, that was Sand King. He's on top.
Can someone take this gem, Pudge? Because I have some items I can put in.
Yo, can we get like Pudge?
Yeah.
One, is this one of those real?
Yeah, it's the one in the back. Out in the bottom.
Oh man.
Ursa TP. Ursa TP.
Look up behind us.
Okay, do Roshan right now. Can we just do Roshan?
I don't think it's up, but we can.
There's like a 50% chance.
This is a wyvern though. I'm so scared.
Get it.
If you can grab him.
Someone
Come
take this
together?
gem right now, please.
Hey, Pudge, get back, okay?
Be a distraction.
Oh, you're invisible.
I'm grabbing a refresher.
Okay, Pudge is gonna be distraction. Don't save Pudge. Let Pudge die. Let Pudge die. Okay, get. Hey, Mars, no. Get. Can we get back? Just walk
wanna
away.
Make sure that didn't die.
Okay.
Yo, Benj, can you hold this gem?
Sure. I don't know. I'm kind of low on item slots, but fine.
I am not argue.
I haste it back.
To battle. My sentiments precisely.
Wyvern's got the fucking stun shit.
Oh shit! It's so deadly. It's like one of the best talents in the game.
You can't have more than one Tempest out, but you can summon another. That's not worth it. No.
Vengeance flies beside me. Your bottom shrine is under attack. Your bottom shrine has fallen. Mega kill!
Well played, dude.
What the fuck, man? What the?
That's 91
Oh
seconds.
my
He has
god! Help!
Coming. That's fine. That's fine. Keep chasing.
No ultimate. No BKB.
Good job. Let's die back, right?
Alright, push through top. Push through top.
Do we have the power to end this game? Maybe Wyvern doesn't have buyback. Maybe none of them have buyback. Can we just end the game? I don't think they have buyback. Okay, he's got buyback. Maybe Ursa doesn't have buyback. I think Ursa died earlier, didn't he? Yeah, you end the game. Ursa doesn't have buyback. He would have used it by now. Yeah, just end the game. Oh. Oh my god, see? We win late game. It's just so fucking hard. Oh.
I was scared. I doubled down for this game.
Dude, I doubled down too, but I was so scared.
Jesus Christ.
Good job, guys.
Well played, yo.
Oh, Jesus.
Hopefully.
Oh. Dude, I gotta tell you guys, Vengeful Spirit? Vote for Vengeful Spirit. I like this guy. Vengeful Spirit, you know, I win a lot of my games with Vengeful Spirit. He's just a really powerful hero. But you know what, guys? I gotta tell you. Vengeful Spirit is the fucking epitome of sacrificial support. Like, you fucking swap your carry out of a dangerous situation, and then you fucking die. Almost every single time. And it's just, it kind of sucks to play. It's game winning, but it sucks. Wah, wah. Okay, let's do treasure time if coordinator comes back. Can I still open it? Nope. Yeah, let me show you guys my eventual win rate. It's pretty high up there. It's like, oh, it's not that high. It's only 55%. 55% is good. It's just kind of sucks to play Drow. I mean, Vengeful Spirit. Glad you guys enjoyed the game. Restarting Dota doesn't help. Hey, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Pure back. Can I spin Rylai's wheel without coordinator? Pure backers. Oh. Oh, hey, I came back just as Dota 2 coordinator. So did I get 50 MMR? Huh. So who is MVP? Most camp stacked 1. Oh, hey. I didn't know that was a challenge. Oh. IO, fuck me. Oh yeah, let's check out my net worth, guys. God damn, dude. 12 last hits. $322. Classic. Okay, let's open up some of this stuff. Skip. Uh-huh. Skip. Skip. Uh-huh. Give me some rares. Skip. Yep. Another Skywrath. Alright, what else do I open? So you guys told me there's a claim all button, right? Where is it? Does anybody see it? Didn't Lulu say something? Oh, he missed it or he ignored it or something like that. Oh, fuck me. Ooh, there's a slaughter taunt? Don't give a shit about cards. Jungle Expedition Culling Blades, right. Okay. Does that mean I can skip IO? Please, sir. Don't care. Don't care. Actually, let's just go to the ones we care about.
Tap on that lever to get started. You're on the hot seat. Stop it! This was supposed to be my thing.
Arcana. 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 Arcana.
Swift as the
Fuck.
blue heart
What is this?
flasher.
Wish you'd go back there.
Dusklight Marauder?
Go now.
Is that even good looking? Do I have this already? Well, let's find out.
The Moon Rider has
I think I like my set more. Oh, I think I have it already, right? Something Marauder. Wait, what? Oh, I have it, but I don't have it. Right. Blue Span gives this 2 thumbs down. Oh, let's just leave it here and we'll debate what to do with it. English only, thanks. No one gives a shit about your channel. Just saying. Cold-hearted. Wow! Wow, man. I almost want to play A, just use that taunt. Chat wheel, Zeus. Is that Zeus? Oh, that's Zeus being Mario. Mortal 1 treasures so that I can get more. Oh, no, I already got it. Beetle bark and plod? Gems? Style? I don't even know what gems are.
Step right up. Maybe it's your lucky
Give me Arcana, baby.
If it were their lucky day, they'd be playing my game. Didn't you just ask me that?
Swift as the blue heart
I
glacier.
think I have that already.
There.
Yep.
Lena, Frosty. Welcome to Rylai's Wish Me Were Winter.
How much did I spend on Battle Pass?
This is gonna be a blast.
Big fat 0. Oops. Ignore that.
Wheel says
It's talking now? Cool.
Treasure of the Rams renewal. Okay. Well, let's open that. Oh, okay. Give me the Nyx set, please. Thanks. Nyx. Even the Coddle. Oh, well. There we go, Coddle. Nice. Wish they made this shit less tedious. Well, you know what, Matt? Let's be honest here. First world problems, right? Look at me just swimming in money. Just ugh, God, my life is so terrible. Look, I gotta press a claim button. Oh yeah, your spirit taunt. Play, please. Do you see what I'm doing here at the bottom right corner? Do you know what that is?
Welcome to the Crystal Wheel of Random Rewards.
Give me an Arcana, bitch.
You're on the hot seat. Stop it. This was supposed to be my
Right here, right here.
Swift as the
No.
heart glacier.
Wish you'd go back there.
2019 Ti music? Yes, sir. Treasure of the Spring Bloom. Did I open the music yet?
Whose band is it?
Oh, it's this guy again. Whoever he was the drow.
5 seconds
I want to play drow. He played drow, right? He loves to play drow. He was the drow last game, right? Yeah. Fuck. I'm not gonna. Oh, drow banned. Orange wants to play safely and carry.
Your pick now. Meepo.
It's okay, Johnny. We don't have to give him too much trouble. There's music. I don't want no shuffle. How do I clear my playlist, guys? I only want to use this. Disable music shuffle. Okay. There we go. That's not 2019. Yeah, Ahmad Muhammad. Basically, when you're like, when you say something like "play, please," it's the equivalent of a kid going, "Are we there yet? Are we there yet? I'm bored." That's basically the same sentiment. Oh, I gotta think about what I'm gonna play, and it's definitely not Invoker.
10 seconds. Your pick. This is when you
Play
win
5.
or lose.
Disabler, you say? Actually, Lich is such a. I mean, Oracle's such a good pick.
5 seconds left.
And some Jakiro. Alright, you get a ward. You get a ward. You get a tango. You have another one. Right, 2 tangos. I'm basically position 6 at this point.
The goal is to have fun.
Yeah, who am I kidding? Oh, you know what? I realized that actually Jakiro is quite good at hitting the healing ward, right? With the plus 300 attack range talent. Thanks, Lula. Okay, Andres, to be quite honest with you, I didn't really read that many comments in the last half hour. Had an intense game. 205.94? Damn, this guy is a baller. God mode Lich. You're not allowed to say the word idiot. It's just the system, man. Fucking double down on rank again? Fuck yeah! This TA is a smurf, I think. Or is he? Ooh, I hear the music, the new music. Rampage, snatch, rampage. Immortal. Oh, seems legit, man. He's probably 7k Smurf. Or 8k. I like this a lot. Is that 3 bottom? Did I count 3?
Dragon's breath.
30 seconds. Showtime. Lots to do before the battle starts. So get cracking.
The freezing flame. The skies are ours.
3 bottom.
Pay attention now.
Oh, 4 bottom.
Battle started.
Well, there's not a whole lot you can do about that, you guys.
I lost me.
Oh, you got me, Rubik. I got you back. Yeah? Oh fuck, he got me good. I think you just go farm. This Rubik, he's quite the character, eh? Alright, you don't have Fable this time, motherfucker. What the fuck is the cooldown on that shit? 16? Didn't he just use it? Oh, he fucked up his creep equilibrium though. My god, this Rubik is so annoying. He's so good at trading with me. My range is too short. Please kill Jug. Oh man, dude.
No two ways about it. Fired up. Freeze and burn.
What the fuck? These creeps didn't follow.
We ride the updrafts. Ice and fire.
Just get level 2 and see what? Are you some kind of expert Jakiro player that there's something revolutionary gonna happen?
Impious. Onward. By thrust of wing.
Hey Dara, I don't know, man.
The freezing flame.
Macro power level 2? Amazing.
Ice advances. Dragon fire.
This is a shit gank.
Scalding cold.
Action runes top.
Sky, embrace us. Shall we? After you.
Yeah, I'll come help you in a sec. God damn, dude. Fuck, I'm just wasting my time here, aren't I?
What I agree on, man.
Sticking to gank, man. Yeah, I'll help him. Spam second on Rubik? Spam level 1 ice path on Rubik. Are you serious, man? Hey, Gaming, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. Can you just not backseat game? Like, Ice Path level 1 is the shittiest trading ability in the game. 1 second stun? 90 mana? Why? It does like 50 damage, man. Caravano's coming for you. No, even third is not very good, man. You know why? Because Rubik has Fade Bolt, dude. If he Fades Bolt me, guess what? I do 20 less damage, so you think that it's such a good trade, but it's not. Not to mention, like, the cooldown on Liquid Fire is so long, man. 20 seconds? Dear lord. TA might need help mid, maybe. I don't want to get into this. Oof, does this thing have vision? Fucking hell, man, this stupid range creep.
Ice advances.
Fuck.
Hurry the hands of the clock.
Freeze boots, okay. Nice job. Shall we shrine? Fuck.
Yes.
Perfect timing. I'm gonna wand, and we're gonna go arcane boots since no one else is buying arcane, I'm sure.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Ooh, this is a good word, is it?
Dire's structures are fortified.
And burn.
We fly.
Shall we?
After you.
Oh, this Venomancer is almost dead.
My waters rise.
Shall we?
After you.
An exquisite toxin.
White dragon. Sky. Embrace us. We're under attack.
HTP.
With twinned nature.
Juggernaut's by himself now. Never mind. Holy shit. I think Joe has Omni Slash.
We roar the updrafts. Ice advances. The skies are ours.
Oh shit! Oh, bottom shrine sounds good. Kinda like this new music tech case.
We blow hot and cold.
Rubik has dual breath. Wait, what did he just say? What did you say about bottom? Oh shit. Oh man. Oh god. I don't have HP.
And it's off.
Oh, this T is so good. Good thing I doubled down. Oh.
Dominate. Killing spree. Killing spree.
I killed somebody? Oh, I killed Leshrac. Nice. Dude, this TA is so good. I told you, like, he's a smurf. Uh-oh. Oh my god! Should fucking man up and fight the... Oh my... Oh, good. Oh my god, he's so good! I told you... I'm glad I doubled down! Oh! God damn it! Yeah, best double down ever. Holy shit, he's still going. Oh man, I don't need to save this guy. He's got everything under control. Interesting. Yeah, no, this guy, like, yeah, he plays TA. Boots Banks would be proud, I'm sure.
Your top tower is under attack.
Wait, what do you want? Neutral creep? Oh, he wants a combo with me. I see what he's saying. Yeah, this, like I said, he's probably 7k or 8k Smurf. His movements are just so good.
Shall we? Fired up.
Alright, I'll come bottom.
Yeah.
Okay. There's a Rubik and Veno here. Swords.
Enemy's middle tower just bit the dust. Mega kill! Hey, the enemy's top tower's gone.
What the? Oh my goodness. Oh man, that Fable did way more damage than I thought. Yeah. Magical damage, some magical. Oh, you know what? Pipe's really good this game. He's got a pipe. Yeah, like, they're very magical damage heavy.
The hidden ones have blessed me.
Wicked sick! Double kill!
Easy MMR. Hey, today's gonna be a green day.
Enemy's middle tower is no more!
No two ways about customer.
Oh.
Ice advances. They're scalding.
They're not destroying their items. I don't believe them. Is he just done with this game? I think that might be a feed, guys. Nice. I'm really happy about this. Suckers. Alright, well, that's the end of this game. Oh man, still happy about this double down. Yeah, when TA like second pick TA, I'm like, oh my god, that's a really ballsy TA pick. They try to counter pick him with like Venomancers and shit, but he's just too good. Add deep. Let's double down. It means either double the MMR you lose or you double the MMR you gain. Yeah, so I think I'm just about 5.7k again because of the double down. Match MVP? Well, that's gonna be TA.
Assassin.
Yeah, I guess way beyond our skill level. Yeah, 569. Okay, I think I play 1 or 2 more games, guys. Oh wait, the TA might be on the enemy team. That's scary. Alright, I'm gonna play unranked. I'm on TBD. Looking for party MMR. No one cares about party MMR. The duration of your call will grow as you level through your battle pass.
Fire nice, play nice. Let's spin the wheel.
If I start you spinning, you won't like what comes next. The wheel says...
Oh no, I'm pretty sure I have this already.
Didn't see that coming.
Try vinyl.
Welcome to the Crystal Wheel of Random Rewards. You're on the hot seat. Stop it! This was supposed to be my thing.
The wheel says...
It's talking now?
I also have that set.
Anyone lose here? Apart from me?
Oh, this is a train? Is it good? Equip, you say? But my FPS! My FPS!
There is no team in Axe.
Very flowery.
Forward.
I like it. 130 frames per second. Oh man. But I have 240 hertz monitor. I'm only using half its capabilities.
To battle.
Yeah, let's see, average like 120. Well, let's compare with... How do I compare default? Default train. Damn all the default train. The default.
The Axeman comes.
Oh yeah, see, I actually drop like
Charges.
some like 20-30 frames per second. Oh man, I don't know if that's worth it. I like my smooth, buttery smooth frames per second. Same, you say? I'm seeing lots of 160s, 150s.
Forward.
Worth that. I don't need it. Oh, okay. Okay, let's go back to the other one. Let's go.
Axe runs.
Look, it's even in 2 digits sometimes. Maybe I do need that computer upgrade. Yeah, see, I see a lot of 120s, 110s.
Good day to fight.
Wow. Yeah, see, I see 2-digit numbers.
Rest is for
Ugh.
the dead.
Well, sir, I'll equip it for you, even at the cost of 30 of my FPS. To build a new computer. Yeah, gonna need that 2080 Ti. How can I play Dota 2 with only around 120 frames per second? That's like peasant shit. Oh, they have the quizzes again. Oh, new game. Please TA, don't be on enemy team. Please TA, don't be on enemy team. Oh wait, no, I queue on ranked. I'm good. Okay, in that case, I don't care. SD maybe could, then all pick. Why would I play single draft if I can play all pick?
Their best hero.
You don't like having hero choices?
Yeah, and effective. 5 seconds left.
Ooh, I like this hero selection music. Kind of fancy.
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
The fuck is this all about? Holy early Huskar pick.
Have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
MVP, Rampage. Right. Smurf, maybe? No, it's 5,700 matches. How can it be Smurf?
Your pick. This is where you win or lose. $350. Go suck a dick. Huskar's overconfident. Well, you know, Devraj, actually, a lot of people practice heroes that they're bad at in unranked, and they choose it early on so that they can have a difficult game. Intentionally. Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
So if he chooses Viper, then... Wait a minute. Are you serious? We don't have a single person to take advantage of Empower? Except for me! Shit. I don't even know what to say. Surprised Pikachu. Why don't you play Jungle Expedition? Does this look pretty baller? Oh. I just haven't taken the time to learn about it. Is there a TLDR somewhere? I'm gonna be laning against the Centaur. Right. Oh, well, let's buy a Stout Shield to trade with Centaur. It's like all hero, only significantly easier. Jungle Expedition. Interesting. All hero with cheats. Like level and money cheats?
Someone requires my protection. It's as plain as the horn on my head. This one is in the back.
Battle!
I'll get there.
dug and found nothing.
Consideration, I believe it is safe to say that this one
What frames per second? I see 2-digit frames.
on to the next grove.
Oh, he tried to high five me?
Yes.
High five me, bro. If I got high FPS like you, am I need to buy the same specs like what you have, Blue? Hey, NG, I stream, man. So streaming totally changes. Totally changes everything. So if I were not streaming, I would get double frames per second that I'm getting right now. Level 1 rewards? Oh. Oops.
Great, Huskar safe lane. Yikes.
So y'all want to fight 3v2, huh? Okay.
Nah. I'd rather not fight Huskar at level 1.
Well, that was a good trade for us.
That's a big pussy move right there.
Well, there's rain now. Fucking punch! Oh shit. No! No!
Oracle Huskar. This is gonna be obnoxious.
Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Fucking popping all the cells, man. Don't leave me. Oh shit! Oh dude, that creep got me killed. Alright. Holy fucking right clicks. Oh shit. Sucker.
Where?
Oh shit! Oh shit! Suckers. You center, I'm gonna fuck your shit up. Dude, the armor's gone already. I'm wasting mana.
Yikes.
Yep.
Oracle purged it? Or is that what happened? Still, like, actually, I think Burning Spears goes right through living armor. Actually, a bunch of bullshit. Oh shit. Do I cut this tree? There we go. Dude, this guy's gonna get slept. He did.
A cloudy is called. Now. Yes. Of course. Oh, very well. I don't see why not.
5-minute runes. Runes, please.
I suppose. What sort of prize is this?
What the fuck, man?
I need to go back to base. We both do.
What position am I playing? The fuck is this name?
Huskar's gonna be
What's that supposed to
issue.
mean? Oracle and Banelink play like 2K? Archibald, do you think you're good? Didn't I have problems with you yesterday? Meteor hammer.
Radiant called in the fortification.
Yes. Illusion. Already? I'll get there.
I owe you one.
On to the next grove. I don't see why not.
Your top tower is under attack.
I'm dead.
In good time.
Are you even watching your top tower?
0 farm.
On to the next grove.
Man, we're winning top. Jesus. Doing fine. Jeez.
We're losing. Yeah.
Oh, everything's about you.
Yes.
What the fuck, man?
Azure Boot Sniper. Azure Boot's really cool.
How about a stroll? Oh, very well. So soon.
Fight him. Just fight him. Just fight him.
You can just hit it, Viper.
Killing spree! Double kill!
Sucker.
Killing spree!
I'm dead. Never mind. Oracle's over by side shop. Not side shop, but secret shop.
McClarity! You fucking cunt!
They're both under the tower here.
Oh!
Killing spree! Double kill!
This, oh my god. Wow, dude. 10-minute runes.
The bottom tower is under attack.
Fuck, man. If I wasn't out of mana, they would have been dead.
Why are you not last hitting creeps, Magnus? Why are you not last hitting creeps with your fucking Q? Like, where's your fucking
Been
farm?
trying.
Jeez.
It's kind of hard to farm when I go anywhere near the creeps. I get killed.
I mean, it's a ranged spell, dude.
I know.
Wait, does he have vision up here?
He's not even
I don't think he does.
Fucking tanking the wave.
He is denied.
Dominating!
On to the next grove.
I need a TP. I'm just gonna buy a TP. I don't care. What's better, max shrapnel or max headshot? Depends on the game. Surprise.
Helping Magnus,
Very
god
good.
fucking damn it. Use your fucking...
I don't know what
Okay.
you want me to.
Use your fucking spells. Holy shit, guys.
I don't know what you want me
You're
to
so
do in
fucking-
that situation.
You're so bad. I can't. I don't know where you need to fucking start.
So if I use my Q, all I do is damage them. I can empower you, that won't do anything.
Yeah, you empower fucking.
Hey,
creeps,
Sniper,
that's
shut
fucking-
the fuck
that's fucking
up!
Good.
Being dope.
I'll let you fucking die again. You think I give a shit about you? Do you think that this game is all about you, dude? Not everything is about you. Fucking entitled little shit. And by the way, even if I armored you half a second earlier, you're still dead. Dumb shit.
The bottom tower is under attack. Dig in and defend that tower just got denied.
Like, y'all don't want to kill him when he's fucking diving like that?
Oh my god, shut the fuck up and play the game.
Nothing doing till that's done.
I agree.
You run around without fucking teleports. Like, everybody around with no fucking teleports. What fucking Omar is that? That you have to fucking clear or bring your fucking teleport.
Can we fight
Sniper,
this?
come here. Or don't. You know. Thanks.
How about a stroll?
It's ordered.
Oh shit, Sherlock. How did you come up with that?
I know. I was letting other people know, you idiot.
Okay. Are these two partied?
Why can't we fucking group up and kill this fucking Husker? How y'all dying to
Well, I
fucking
was
top?
dead, and you guys fought him. Wonder what happened.
Why are you dead top? Fucking Centaur isn't the fucking problem. Centaur is the fucking problem. Why you fucking bullying him?
tower's under attack.
Oh shit.
Mega kill!
God damn.
Skewer. Randy, thanks for subscribing.
Tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Meanwhile, fucking sniper fighting creeps like it's no tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't have any mobility. I just fucking run at them and do nothing. Fucking Benny. I'm done with this shit. Hope that didn't miss. You're dead, motherfucker.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Fucking dumb shit. Sniper. God, I hate people like him. This guy doesn't support. I have my ultimate. I have my ultimate. Yeah. What the fuck? Me? Really?
Everything's on cooldown for me. Let's go diving tower.
Yeah, we're all here.
Double kill. They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Yeah, I think the Oracle and the Huskar, they're probably cute together.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Fucking Oracle, man. He's just winning them the game.
Just sit there looking funny.
You know, like, pretty sure yellow and orange are probably cute together.
Your middle tower has fallen.
We shouldn't be too surprised that they're doing Oracle Huskar well.
Oh, damn.
Till the last building falls. So fight.
Y'all didn't finish fucking Husker when he was under my fucking shit. With 300 HP.
Oh, I'm alive.
I'm just one player.
I'm just a
It's
tree.
your job, sniper, to finish long range fucking targets.
You better pop on over to your bottom tower. What, not your job or something? Killing spree.
What the fuck? Okay, man.
Bingo.
See you later.
Killing spree. Your bottom tower is under attack.
What the fuck? Oh my god. Well, good thing this is unranked, because it's okay if I lose.
Wow.
Hi, Jupiter.
Why can't we ever just fucking go up and kill him? It's so fucking easy. I don't understand why we have to be dying in other places on the map.
You chased Bane, and Husker was right here,
And I
and you
killed
went
him.
and chased
You
Bane.
fucking
Yeah.
died under a tower. 2 people died under a fucking tower.
To the Husker, when you was busy killing Bane.
We have 2 other people on our team that can TP and help you.
Your top tower is under attack.
Oh, very well.
Nope. He's got a BKB now. It's just a fucking unranked game, guys. Jesus Christ, stop bitching.
Oh yeah, you like losing, huh?
How did I imply that I like losing?
So soon.
If you don't like fucking losing, Sniper, maybe you should switch your fucking power trip once in a while. You have your fucking power trip and start chasing people. Give me fucking brain and you
Seriously, none of those guys died just now? This Oracle is just... Viper's going in, guys.
Just let him in. This game's fucking over. If we can't fucking kill them here, then there's no point.
I gotta meet this guy.
Killing spree!
I saw that ending from miles away.
Attack. I believe I will.
Yeah, it's that Oracle, man. He's screwing us up real bad.
Such impatience. Tough enough. Oh, very well. Who threatens here? Oh my. Yes, yes.
Radiant just murdered Roshan! Hasn't he suffered enough?
In good time.
Yeah, the Raj, I think it's okay, man, because chances are I probably don't have to deal with these guys in ranked. I've never seen any of these guys in ranked.
Yes.
Oh, there was an observer there.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Bye bye. That one will win again.
Ah, you're all dead.
Double kill!
Oh. Oracle and Huskar ranked 282 and 477.
Hey, the enemy's top tower's gone! You've done good!
How about my team? What medal are these fuckers? Ancient? Sniper's immortal? Self-centered prick. Ancient and divine.
Light, I welcome you.
Sniper says no, Sniper used to be immortal. Or did I look at somebody else? No. Viper used to be immortal. Right, Sniper is unranked. Right.
Yes. Now. I believe I will.
The fuck, man? The Centaur just used ultimate, right? Or did I imagine that? I think he did.
Yes, yes. Trees are not so good with motion, though.
Oh, creep.
Radiant fortified their structures. Pretty good move if you ask me.
Oh, very well.
Dire's courier has been killed. It's tough out there. Courier's just trying to make a living.
Has that always been there? I suppose. Where is the threat? I suppose. In good time. Now, now.
Your middle tower's under attack. Top tower needs some help. My thanks.
What the fuck? I'm being eaten by Bane. The fuck? Wasted Bane ult.
Tower is under attack. Oh, there better be something important going on.
Trees can be
Your top tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified.
I'm getting killed mode.
Well, we're defending. I got meme hammer now, guys. I can push that bottom by myself.
such impatience. Oh, very well.
So they have sentry over here, I guess.
On to
Somewhere around there.
don't see why not. Was that all? Do not provoke
You should need your two farm waves, so they don't see you where you're at. Gonna go and fucking kill you. But if you buy it and you don't have a cooldown, you just right click and creeps down.
Yeah, I fucking get it, man. You want to win this game? Why don't you buy some wards?
Oh, I have wards.
Jesus Christ.
Yes. Now.
Hey guys, can you wipe your ass after you shit?
No.
Okay. What do you think I've been doing? Just because I don't use it every single time it's off cooldown. Jesus Christ. Cry me a fucking river.
Yes. On to the next grove.
You gotta kill this nut. Leave it alone.
In good time.
If we have vision, we can.
Retreat. Retreat.
Double kill. Double kill.
It's over.
Why did y'all commit? For like recipe team fight. We got the aim.
How deadly these angers.
Yeah, y'all commit like it was our last team fight.
Yeah, isn't I like second pick tree and then you get what, like what, 9th, 10th pick? Okay, you're all good and shit, what the fuck?
Your mid tower could talk, and over here we have your middle.
Does Viper do good or something like that?
No more. The middle barracks are under attack.
Yeah, Viper, you had like last pick, right, Viper? You last pick, Viper? You 5-5? You good?
Your middle barracks is fallen.
Matter because it's the Huskar.
Yeah, they had second pick Huskar. You got the last pick. Now you're acting all fucking superior and shit.
Yeah, they Huskar oracles. Yeah, there's a reason they fucking won.
The bottom shrine is under attack.
I believe I will.
The bottom shrine is fallen. And this is what I'm
Oh,
yeah, it is.
Pick a fucking carry. Sniper. They can fucking synergize with fucking Magnum. You fucking idiot.
Yeah, our draft makes no fucking sense.
Like, pick any fucking melee hero and we win this game easy. You just fucking right click. Fucking hustle.
We pick like a void this game, and it's fucking awesome.
What?
You just chrono them and we ult them.
Doesn't make any sense. Are you retarded? Sniper. Like, what is your argument? Read what you just fucking type. No, because when I fucking told you why didn't you pick melee hero that can synergize with fucking Magnus, you said because you fed too much. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Are you fucking mental fucking... I'm fucking speechless.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, both are bad. Feeding is bad, and picking a sniper with a Magnus is bad, okay? Be honest.
You can do fucking much more. A Magnus was fucking biggest.
Yeah, but he picked before you. That was pretty shocking that none of you guys picked melee cores with the Magnus.
I picked a Viper because it's basically the only fucking hero that can kill them.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh, so you have shaded, okay.
Killing spree! Dominate! Double kill!
What's my guy doing? Is he sleeping the whole time? This seems pointless.
Shotgun.
What do you mean I don't all Bane ultied me before I could? And I sat there first.
Honestly, we lost in the draft. It doesn't really matter. We would have to have played better than them to win, and we didn't do that, so.
I don't have Blink because I can't afford it. If I'm constantly getting shit on, how do you expect me to get a Blink? There's no point in trying to save it. Yeah, it's rules because I can buy sub items to build up to it. Otherwise, I'll just never get enough for a Blink.
Your top bearers ain't nothing no more. Dominate!
Did I kill somebody?
There's no point in arguing with you, sniper.
Yeah, you guys are actually all pricks, to be honest. Every single one of you guys. Except for Magnus. Yeah, Magnus didn't really say much until the very end. There you go, Oracle. Oh, I can see their medals now, right? Let's see these guys' medals. These guys act so good. What are you, huh? Uncalibrated, 4,500 matches. Divine 5, oh, okay. Ancient. Add party finder. Yeah, they outdrafted us, they outplayed us. $282. Yeah, that Oracle is just so good, dude. Holy shit. Of course, they're so underfarmed. I have 7,300 gold. Report Magnus? No, it's no. One of these two are the most toxic. And I don't mean the hero. I mean in the personality. Oh. Right, we have this option now. That's great. You say Viper? Hero matches personality. Very condescending and abusive. Avoid player. I don't think I've ever seen this guy in my games though. He's Divine 5. Yeah, I don't understand, dude. This sniper, he didn't even go Dragonlance. Pretty sure you need Dragonlance if you even wanna have a chance of killing Huskar, right? You can't just stand back like that. He just runs at you, he jumps at you. Anyways, that was my last game. Does anybody have any questions or comments? We have to deal with some of these idiots while playing Dota. Oh yeah, that's what happens when you play video games, you know? It's just the nature of video games. All right. Do you think matchmaking at high rank is unfair? Nope, I don't. It's about the same as everywhere else. Are you excited to use the Evoid player feature on some of your favorite fellow Mortal players? Yes, yes I am. In fact, that is by far the best feature of the Battle Pass. So there, JT. Is that my last game? Yes. Glad you like the Venge game on Dredge. I just run in, fucking swap, and then I die. What am I gonna do? I have some stuff to take care of. Nobody can accept that they got it played. Yeah, sounds like being an angry child for sure. No, I said earlier, like we just got outplayed. That was the prediction Andrej, so that we would lose in the mid game, and then we would come back in the late game. And that's exactly how I played out. Awesome games today, Blue. Nice features of the Battle Pass. Tomorrow sounds good to vouch. I agree, Lulu. Did your passport expedition proceed as predicted? Actually, I don't have an answer yet. Hopefully sometime this week. Thanks, Andrej. Not me, you're my team, which continuously kept blaming. Yep, sounds about right. You're welcome, Xing Shang Fu. Have a great day yourself. You didn't... we don't have any conclusion. You didn't predict that there would be no conclusion. Alright, Talvik. Have a good night, bud. Get some sleep. Oh, for sure, man. Do you have a screenshot of this? I don't remember you saying such things. Oh, okay. Oh, you said that? Let me get this straight. So you think that I could waltz into the passport office and then immediately get my passport there and then?
Smoke weed every day.
Well, of course I'm not going to get my passport there and then. It takes time for them to make it. No, okay, this is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about I don't know whether or not they will even give me a passport. Anyways, hopefully I'll know soon. I have things to do, guys, so I will talk to you guys later. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream today. I'll be back tomorrow around the same time, so have a great day, great night, guys.